you all for being here tonight. I will go ahead and call the meeting to order. Start by our vision statement. Every school will be a thriving school that prepares every student to graduate from high school, college, career, and community ready. We'd like to start off with a moment of silence for Luna Ropelli. We'd like to ask for a moment of silence this evening for our district to recognize the passing of Luna Ropelli, who was in first grade at Franklin Elementary School. Luna is remembered as someone who had an infectious smile and she could light up a room. Most of the time, Luna could be found wearing, first grade, wearing glitter and sparkles. And that's what fit her personality best. She was loved dearly by her classmates and staff. Luna's passing has taken a significant toll on so many students and staff and in the Franklin community. And we remember her tonight. Please join me in participating in a moment of silence in honor of Luna. Sorry, that was really hard. Anytime you read a moment of silence for one of our students, first grader, I'll try to keep it together for the rest of the meeting. The next item on the agenda is the motion to approve the minutes dated June 24th. They are not ready. We will begin with public appearances. Do we have any? I'm sure we have some tonight. Okay, we have 35 public appearances today. We'll start with Ron Gerdone and Charlotte DeLise.
Close enough. That's
Sorry
fine.
about that.
Thank you. My name is Ron Jordan. My wife is Charlotte DeLeste. You might recognize her from the Respite Care Center for Special Needs Children that we started in Middleton. It's called Gio's Garden. It is named after our son. It's a therapeutic respite center for children with special needs birth to 6 years old. 6 years old, after that, they go into the public school system. Part of what we do is prepare them for school so they are ready to be in classrooms and thrive. My son Giovanni was born with a rare seizure disorder. It robbed him of his ability to speak after 3 years old because he was suffering from 100 seizures a day. Birth to 3 program, after it ended, we were placed in Falk Elementary until 5th grade for him. It was one of the most wonderful experiences we have ever had, and a wonderful experience for him, as everyone at Falk helped him grow despite the seizures every single day that they had to deal with. He's now at Jefferson Middle School, preparing to go to Memorial next year as an 8th grader. Since the 3 brain surgeries that he has had, the 7 other surgeries that he has had, including that are helping him to walk again, he is relearning to speak with the help of his special needs teachers in the schools, his SEAs, and the other students at Jefferson Middle School, and the other students that he grew up with at Falk Elementary. His IEP is preparing him to be part of the community and the society we all live in, regardless of ability. Do you want to know what he likes to do? He likes to go to every classroom and recycle. He's known as the recycler at Jefferson Middle School. My fear with this move to spend $4.5 million on a building where it just says that there's these 4 programs for these students is that it will give you the ability, once it's open, to figure out what you can do with the high school students with special needs. We already know that they are partially segregated at the high schools. Without the mainstreaming, my son would not be relearning to speak. Without the mainstreaming, my son would not find a love to be out in the community. I am asking you. He does not want to sit at home, and we are not asking for him to have a daycare center. That is not what this is about. This discussion, while it's just about the 4 programs, moving into this $4.5 million building, which is double what the cost is and has no elevator, should be focused on what to do with the money for the special needs students right now. Spend it properly, pay the SEAs, pay special needs teachers, do therapy. My wife has grown up with a sister with Down syndrome who was segregated her entire life in St. Louis. She's 40 years old and now lives at home. Don't do that to the children here in Madison. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is MT.
No cops in schools. Invest this money to us instead of these cops. If I had the power to build my school, I would make sure it had a place where every kid is welcome to care for. Teachers that I know that will fit best for their roles in the school. Make sure that teachers understand that they will get held accountable for the things they do wrong. I'll make sure that these kids' voice matters. Kids with disability, Black and brown, Southeast Asian, and all people of color folks know that they are worth it and worth being here. I want a school where kids could be themselves. Kids that need extra support can have a say of what they need. I want kids to come in and have their own ideas on what they want to have. For example, if they need a place to cool off, they could do that. If they need a day that school should be fun and have a cool day, I want to make that happen. Again, I want a school where kids are also involved with our planning to make school feel better. Throughout this whole process, I have not mentioned to get cops in my schools. Instead of having cops in my school, I want my teachers trained to work with kids that are having a bad day. What are our next steps to take if kids get into fights? What are alternatives that we could do instead of taking them out of school? So using transformative justice and restorative justice instead. Since we do not have cops in our schools, who can we call for extra help or support? I'm going to school to get an associate degree in the field of early childhood education. I'm getting trained on how to handle kids that are having a bad day, how to better support them and talk to parents, so why can't we do that in high schools? These kids may not be little kids, but they are kids. They're still living under family. Parents come to parent-teacher conferences, so why can't we tell them about how can they better help their own kids? If cops are not in preschools, elementary, and middle school, why high school? Remember that I am demanding for you all to take cops out of 4 high schools invest into youth of color creativity, wellness, and leadership, let Black and Brown and other POC and those who are most impacted to make the decision-making and use transformative justice.
Thank you. Janavia? Janavia.
Police don't deserve to be placed in a learning environment. We do not feel safe or willing to trust somebody that take our innocent people. We deserve better, and I think you all know that. Our school district is failing to teach us how the system works. Schools are draining, kids are failing. All of you guys worry about is the next Black person you see as a threat and the next police officer that will be placed in our schools. If I had the power, I would make BSU available to every school and also would take cops out of schools. I would use police as backup, meeting when there's a school shooting or something very serious going on. Not just because you can't handle the responsibilities it has with working in our schools and taking action when there is a fight or something else. Not a right away. I would not use cops as that. If a kid had an altercation with a teacher, if I had also had the power, I would make schools more diverse. One thing is I would use more counselors instead of police. Get cops out of schools, that means completely take them out of schools, invest money into leadership, wellness, creativity for Black youth, let youth, parents, and community have real decision making. The power over school, give Black youth a chance to gain proficiency with their history and know the beneficial things about their people, rather than the things that separated us. Use transformative justice instead on punishing Black youth.
Hope. We have Hope.
Okay. So I'm sure you all know of the incidents of the school resource officer shooting students they perceived as threats in Waukesha and Oshkosh high schools. I would hardly call those incidents as evidence of SROs saving students from harm. In fact, the SROs are the ones who harmed students. Absolutely no safety was shown from the SROs. They injured and assaulted students because they could not de-escalate situations. The SROs decided it was best to shoot students and harm them. They see students as threats, criminals who need to be watched because one day, just one day, these kids, these Black kids, will probably shoot up the school. And in media, the SROs are deemed as heroes who saved students from harm. Where is the logic if the only harm to students were done from SROs? When police shoot Black people, there is no accountability. When they are stationed in schools and harm students, there is no accountability. When they shoot Black students in schools, they're deemed heroes. Who is actually protecting Black students in MMSD, or anywhere for that matter? Who actually defines what is safe for students? It's not when police are in schools attacking students. Black students are disciplined at far higher rates than any other group of students. They're disciplined for wearing perfume, for using the bathroom during class time, for looking at their phones, for what they wear, for having disabilities, and for wearing their natural hair. Black and brown students can never catch a break. And on top of that discipline, they're being surveilled by SROs because they're seen as troublemakers, delinquents, even terrorists. Students, especially Black and brown students, do not need to be disciplined. Black students, especially those who identify as LGBTQ and or have disabilities, should get to define what safety in their schools looks like. They're the ones who have to spend over 40 hours a week, that's a full-time job, in schools. Schools with rigorous schedules, the nasty lunches, the constant discipline when rules are upheld, and the police presence. These schools are prisons. Completely remove the police from MMSD schools. Invest in the leadership, wellness, and creativity of Black students and other students of color. Let the community have true decision-making power over school safety. and use transformative justice instead of punishing youth.
Thank you. Selena?
Last month, there were several school shootings that happened, yet cops did not stop school shootings. Students shouldn't be put in prisons. They're still learning, so teach them instead of belittling them. They should be enjoying their youth and not being locked up. You are just putting more students in jail rather than putting them in schools to learn. You rather would want to lock up students for their mistakes when you choose to free a cop who harms. This is why I ask for no cops in schools. If I had the power to make my own school, I would give students better lunches, free supplies, free bus cards, better bathrooms, and more that is needed in our schools. Why invest in cops when you can invest in students? Many students complain about how school lacks resources, so listen to them. They need resources, and you're the only resource that can give what students need. Give families and students the real decision-making power.
Thank you. Saban?
Hello again. I know what injustice feels like when someone else takes it away, your rights from you. When you are being picked on because the color of your skins, your disabilities, your queerness, and where you come from. I heard enough stories and facts about how blacks and brown students are getting criminalized and bullied in school just because they're different from their white counter students. When we tell you about how black and brown students struggle over and over again, do you listen to us? It's just like the boy in Waukesha, Wisconsin, who was bullied by his classmate. No one listened to him until he brought a pellet gun to school to scare off the bullies. School resource officer was not the solution he needed or wanted. Instead of helping him with his mental health, they shot him and charged him. The day before, there was a shooting in Oshkosh where the school officers shot a student. These students needed help with their mental health and someone they trust and talk to and listen to. Instead, they had a school resource officer shot at them. I understand the need to protect students when there is issues in school, when there is a guns involved. We need to look into the root cause of things in order to fix it before it gets out of hand. What about the black and brown children that needs protection from police? Or teachers that ripped their braids off? How come the same type of protection doesn't apply to them? We're all deeply affected when school shooting happens. Despite what occurred in Waukesha and Oshkosh, there is still fragile and questionable evidence to indicate that the presence of the SROs does not increase school safety, but it does increase the criminalization of black youth and other youth of color. In fact, there was an SRO presented in the shooting of the Majority Stoneman Douglas in Parkland, Florida. He was not able to stop the shooter. In the terrible case of school shooting, it is actually more effective to call to help outside of the school. We should also look into prevention by investing to our youth, young people. We need to invest in advocate, cultural counselor, therapists, and other mental health professionals who can help provide preventive resources and de-escalate without causing harm to our kids. We at Freedom Inc. encourage all community members who care about young people to stand up with us and uplift our demands. MMSD must completely remove all cops from schools and create an accountability process for school personnel who uses police to harm students. MMSD must invest money and resources that promote the leadership, wellness, and creativity of young Black youth and other youth of color. MMSD must give community control over school safety. This means that most impacted youth, parents, and other trusted adults will have the power to decide what to keep students safe and the power to fully implement it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shira.
Freedom Inc. believes in youth voices. We give youth spaces where they can express who they are, reach levels of leadership development, and good analysis. This is exactly what the school board should be doing. You should be talking about investments for youth instead of SROs. The school-to-prison pipeline is pushing kids out of schools and putting them in jail. Instead of investing to police, have one-on-ones with a counselor regularly. You all are using police to punish youth and have them feel like they are just another kid that is being taunted around. They are being kicked out and getting tickets because of minor things. Suspension, expulsion, and arrest does not make schools safer. Instead, the American Psych Association has found that these practices harm academic achievements for all students, which increases the chances of that those excluded will be held back, dropped out, and become involved with the juvenile and criminal and justice system. We are not having that. What I don't understand is that when we come and reach our voices, we are called disturbing, thugs, unprofessional, and whatever else you all call us behind our backs. We are fighting for our children because they are the ones who are suffering with the police in their schools. They are our future. We want them to succeed, but it doesn't look like that's what you want for them. What we want is transformative justice instead of punishing youth. We want youth, parents, and community to decide decision-making power over schools. So let Black and brown youth learn their history and know the successful achievements that Black folks have and not that break us down. If I had the power to change schools, I would have life skill courses for students when they leave high schools so they'll know how to pay bills and file taxes and etc. I will have good counselors in schools for students who are going to college and not going to college. We shouldn't just focus on seniors who are going to college, but the ones who chooses not to go because that is still okay. Healthier lunches. Kids that are in low-income communities does not have access to healthy foods, so I would invest into that as well.
Great, thank you. Monker?
Hi everyone, my name is Monka. I work at Freedom Inc. and I also live on the south side here in Madison. My allergies are kind of acting up tonight, so y'all gonna have to bear with me if I sound a bit nasally. I'm gonna try and get through this though. So, one thing I wanna get out of the way from the top is that concerning the recent school shootings in Waukesha and in Oshkosh, is that the only thing we have to fear around school shootings is police shooting kids. Again, the only thing we have to fear around school shootings is police shooting kids. How shameful. How disturbing. Waukesha, which is a place where, when I worked here in the 2016 election cycle, this is a place that was so pro-guns and so pro-police and pro-stand your ground and all this other stuff. And when this happens, when a black kid that's being bullied happens to bring a pellet gun to school, he gets shot by a police officer that's paid to be in the schools. How shameful is that? This type of behavior and the behavior of other school resource officers around the nation has nothing to do with safety, or at least real safety anyway. It has to do with fear and intimidation, with the elite in this town exerting their power and control. It's about characterizing black folks as threats so that they can fill our new Dane County jail. It's about characterizing them as threats, not just the kids, but the parents as well. Earlier this year, we had a white administrator who's been flown all over this country that's supposed to be known for restorative justice, assault and attack and punch in the face and pull the hair out of a black child. And what happened to him? Was he seen as some immediate threat? Was he immediately thrown into jail? Was he vilified? Was his mugshot put up around on the news stations? But that's what happened to a black mother who was actually just standing up for her kids in the way that they've been disciplined in MMSD. Immediately, her mugshots were everywhere. Immediately, she was a threat. There was a citywide search. It's shameful. This reminds me of sitting in a recent committee meeting for the city council about how a middle-aged white alder who recently moved here from New York, when asked about the CDA's proposal to put armed guards, to renew their contracts with armed guards in the public housing all over Madison, he said, well, you know, I'm coming from a place like New York, where the surveillance is, I think about maybe surpassed London now, and they're on every street corner and in every bodega. And you know what? I don't mind it. It didn't really inconvenience my life. It inconveniences our lives, though. More police, more military, more surveillance inconveniences black lives. And it's funny that the city and that the school board solutions to safety is with more police, when it's really in contrast with what the community really wants. In August, Freedom Inc. started doing surveys, door-to-door surveys of our community members, not just in the black and brown communities, but also on Atwood. And the results of the Atwood survey, with over 400 people contacted and 100 people completing the survey, 114 people completing it, was that, yeah, I don't feel unsafe in my community, but when I do, the police don't make me feel any safer. And when asked what are their priorities if they were mayor, they said better schools. They said better transportation, housing for all. Police was dead last every time. It's time for y'all to start doing what the community actually wants. Or will you continue to sacrifice black lives for your false sense of safety? Your answer should be no. And you should immediately end the contract with the city. Don't wait on them to end it, because they clearly lack the analysis. This is what where our alders' heads are at around armed security, at public housing. So what should you do instead, you ask? Given a few hours, our youth were able to identify over 10 programs and projects the school district should be investing in right now. This is when we asked them about what should be on the referendum in November 2020. They were able to identify areas and projects that were focused around academic fulfillment, around trauma, healing work, around cultural expression. These are high schoolers, the same ones that you all think are so dangerous that they need police in their schools. And within a few hours, they were able to come up with better projects to invest in than police. Give them a chance, give their vision a chance. give our vision a chance to community.
Sarah White.
I am here to attest that what you heard Speaker 1 say about segregation will happen to children if you segregate them. I myself am a twin, was born in Ohio, and went to school in a Catholic school, but they separated me because I myself live with epilepsy and cerebral palsy. My sister doesn't. She choked me during birth. They didn't know we were twins. And I have the joy of living with the CP and the epilepsy due to the problem of Oh, sorry about that. My apologies. I didn't realize you guys couldn't hear me. This was a last-minute decision on my part because I don't want other children going through what I went through, and it's not going to happen. It influences the lives of people with disabilities. I myself have a master's degree who was told after earning it that if I didn't have disabilities, I'd be working. Oh, that's still going to happen, guys. And if getting the job is finding my way to fight you guys on what's going on with this building, so be it. Teaching segregation, the same segregation that went on with African Americans, oh yeah, or the LGBT community, or the whole community, except for the people with disabilities who don't get the same say. You are teaching children without disabilities the segregation and preventing children who become adults like myself to use their abilities. And I have those abilities because I've done various things such as become published, and it was on disabilities because this is something I am going to continue to fight on. And if isn't the last time, then I will be back and fight you again on it. Because the previous speakers who have said that discrimination is wrong among all diverse groups. African Americans, people with disabilities, the whole shebang. We are a group of partnering community, and that's what we should be teaching our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrea Ruper.
Hello. My name is Andrea Rupar, and I'm an associate professor at UW-Madison in special education, and I'm joined today by one of my colleagues, Professor Kimber Wilkerson. And we're here to talk to you today about why we believe that you should vote against the opening of a segregated school in Madison. So 40 years of research has demonstrated that segregated education for students with disabilities is ineffective and socially unjust. There's a long history of special education serving as de facto school segregation for Black and brown children, starting right after Brown versus Board of Education and persisting today. Once students are placed in segregated placements, it is highly unlikely that they are allowed to leave. Students in segregated education are more likely to spend time disengaged from instruction, to be restrained and secluded, and to experience segregated post-school outcomes. Absent data on the effectiveness of the current programs that you have in this regard, I would be very skeptical of the likelihood that they somehow buck the trend that 40 years of research has demonstrated. And segregated special education also doesn't work on a very practical level. I'm a teacher educator, and I study inclusive education. And so I can tell you about what special education teachers' primary responsibilities and roles are, and that is to provide access to the general curriculum for students with disabilities. And this happens in a number of ways. Special education teachers adapt and modify general education activities so that they are accessible for students with disabilities and so that students' disabilities do not provide a barrier to accessing their education. Special education teachers can also provide supplemental instruction in the form of intensive interventions, such as reading, math, or behavioral supports. But special education teachers' roles do not exist in the absence of general curriculum. Special education teachers cannot recreate a general education environment. They can't provide the deep content area instruction that general education teachers provide. So therefore, special education, it cannot exist in a bubble. So you might ask, why are there segregated options available in other districts? Why don't we have those options in Madison? It doesn't exist in Madison because Madison has historically been much better at supporting students with disabilities in general education classes. But over the past few years, I have seen, personally, a steep and sharp decline in the inclusiveness of our schools in Madison. The $4+ million allocated to this building would be much better spent providing additional resources to our schools where the problem of segregation originates. To be clear, the problem does not exist in our children. The problem is in our failure to effectively welcome and support all learners in their neighborhood schools. The availability of segregated placements legitimates segregation, and opening a school like this would be the nail in the coffin of inclusive education in Madison. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Spitzer-Resnick.
Hi, my name is Jeff Spitzer-Resnick. I've been a civil rights attorney in Madison for 34 years, and for the past almost 25 years, I've spent virtually all of my time advocating for children with disabilities in the special education context. As you probably know, both state and federal education law require that children with disabilities are provided by school districts a free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment that is appropriate to their needs. So the presumption, the starting place for every child with disabilities, that they are educated in their neighborhood school. If they had a twin brother or sister who was not disabled, they should be in the same school as their sibling. Now, it does say as appropriate. So the question is, what do we do when a child begins to have issues that may indicate that the, say, general education environment may not be appropriate for their needs? The first thing that we do is we look and examine what services and supports they need to support them in the neighborhood schools. What I've noticed in my representation of children with disabilities in the past few years, quite consistent with what the professor just said, is that this district has actually fallen away from where it once was in terms of its dedication to inclusive environments and its ability to serve children in an inclusive manner. The question is, why is that? There are probably many reasons, some of which may have to do with Act 10 and the loss of some dedicated, experienced staff, but that does not end the inquiry. This district continues to have the obligation to serve those children, and it is failing to do so on such a frequent basis from my personal perspective that I have had to shut my doors in terms of the ability for me to represent more children. I represent more children in MMSD than I ever have. That includes 17 years when I did so for free, working for a nonprofit. Now, that's pretty amazing. And some of my clients, this is what's particularly troubling, based on old historical reputation of this district to be inclusive, actually moved here from out of state, believing that they were coming here to achieve an inclusive education for their children and are sorely disappointed. So, since I only have about 40 seconds left, let me tell you what the problems are. First of all, this type of decision should never be made out of the context of a thorough review of our special education program. The good news is, apparently, we are on the cusp of doing that in the coming year. Why would you pre-decide a major shift in how we educate our children before that evaluation is completed? Second of all, and this is a little off topic, but nevertheless important, you guys want us to go to referendum. I've already talked to lots of people who generally vote yes, who will say, if this district spends $4 million on a building, they're going to vote no on a referendum. So I've floated a compromise proposal because I understand the Olin Avenue facility sucks. I've been there, believe me, I represent kids there. And I also represent kids who aren't getting what they need in school. Holtzman may be physically a better facility. I understand you're not going to make an immediate inclusive environment change. So lease this Holtzman space with an option to purchase after the evaluation is done. Don't pre-decide what the evaluation should be telling you, which is we need in this district to beef up the services and supports to our staff and to our students with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Amit Paul.
Hello, my name is Amit Pal, and I'm here to urge you all to renew Badger Rock Middle School's charter for the maximum period of time possible, the 5-year renewal. I can claim to be an expert on Badger Rock because I've been a parent twice over. My older one, Sagarika, was there from 2013 to 16, and my younger one, Devika, was there from 2016 to 19. In fact, she'll be coming and testifying on behalf of Badger Rock in just a bit. So I've seen two principals out there, and I can say with certainty that Mr. Tran has greatly improved the school. He joined at the same time that Devika did, and Devika, so he's been there for 3 years. Devika is now a freshman at Memorial, and it was a vast improvement. Both of my girls really benefited from Badger Rock. Both of them were actually, and Devika has advised me not to use this term because technically you don't have valedictorians at the middle school level, but they were, in quotation marks, valedictorians at Badger Rock. But certainly there was a marked improvement from Sagarika's time to Devika's time, and that can be seen in the improvement in scores, and you all know the details, I won't get into that. The other thing that Badger Rock really excels in is being grounded in community. From the community dinner to the center they have, they really are connected with the neighborhood around them in a way that other schools aren't, basically. And that's a big difference. Yet another way is that they're really connected to scholarship and award opportunities. And again, both my girls, Sagarika and Devika, have benefited from that. They both are in the People's Scholarship Program. And I don't know, of course I don't have the counterfactual, but I don't know if this would have happened if they'd gone to other middle schools, because as I said, they really are connected and know about these opportunities and let their kids know that they can apply for them and avail of them. Devika also is now writing for the Simpson Street Free Press, which again she came to know through Badger Rock. Both of them actually got the Urban League Martin Luther King Award, again, of course, through Badger Rock. So I would really, and a real way that they benefited was in the small class size. Devika's grades markedly improved from elementary school to middle school, and I would say that this was a result of the small class size, the one-on-one approach, and the teachers being so hardworking and so dedicated. So again, in closing, I will repeat myself and urge you all to renew Badger Rock's charter for the maximum period possible, 5 years, with minimum conditions attached. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to have a tough one with this one. Shishin Booya? Okay, help me out here. You're good. Thank you.
Hey.
Sorry about that.
My name is Shising Pongyu Mo. I go by Pongyu or Ponyu in English phonics. I'm here to talk about No Cops in Schools. I was reading on the Oshkosh incident with the young boy there who was, what did they call it there? In the emotional behavioral disability program. And I just think that there's some great parallels here around how the institution is choosing to work with our young people. So, like the segregating of students in special education that we're discussing now, policing is the wrong way to work with our young people. So apparently there were students who knew that the student might hurt someone. Why didn't we have a network, a team, adults who have good relationships with their young people who could have identified this? Who would have been someone that these young people could have gone to if they felt unsafe. And why do we normalize and accept that gun violence is inevitable in situations like this up in Oshkosh? Or segregating students with disabilities for that matter. I just wanted to comment on that around that having cops in schools is the same thing about how it's reactive. So yes, take cops out of schools, invest in youth of color, and community control over discipline and police.
Thank you. Daryl Underbaki?
Three minutes never seems long enough when we're talking about important issues. I would like to go on record with my concerns about the proposed use of the Holtzman Road property. I respect your financial responsibilities to decrease leasing and rental expenses. What I'm asking you to carefully consider is the assumption that relocating and potentially expanding intensive intervention programs into this site will satisfy a metric for evidence-based intervention. PI 25 statute specifically places the mantle of accountability for at-risk learners onto you as members of this board. College career-ready IEP reforms commission our district to provide and sustain early and research-based intervention. Currently, 37% of our identified PI 25 students are also eligible for special education services. For decades, our district has supported fixed and segregated options for students with social and emotional challenges. I believe Board of Education transcripts document assumptions these segregated off-campus programs would provide environments where students would thrive and develop as learners and would facilitate the return to neighborhood schools. I think Board of Education archives will be unable to provide any evidence these investments resulted in positive potential outcomes. I'm asking you to consider if the Holtzman proposal is directing the focus of intervention more on the where instead of the how of best practice. What research supports the transitioning and expansion of our current service delivery mindset into yet another segregated brick and mortar site? Since the 70s, there have been many changes and updates to special education policy and best practice. These changes have focused on raising the bar of school district accountability in serving the needs of students with disabilities. But we continue to focus time and resources on raising the bar of student achievement. What about our district's bar of achievement when it comes to our PI 25 learners? How is the purchasing of the Holtzman property going to help close our accountability gap in PI 25 commitments? I am hopeful our Holtzman purchase negotiations will include high-fidelity program metrics before any expansion of intensive intervention programming is granted. Let's commit to metrics that are grounded in the quest to create least restrictive environments and not desperate ultimatums to avoid the irreparable consequences of expulsion and suspension. It's time to invite students and parent stakeholders from each of our intensive intervention programs to work group sessions for their feedback. It's time for us to listen to these voices about our PI 25 investments and the real impacts on the achievement of our most vulnerable learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Devika Paul. Go ahead.
I'm Devika Paul, and I am supporting Badger Rock Middle School. I currently go to James Madison Memorial, and when I first joined Badger Rock, I didn't really know what to expect, and when I my experience for my 3 years there is that I have built a good connection with the teachers. And when I first joined, I didn't have good grades in elementary school. And because of the one-on-one learning and the small class sizes, I was quickly being able to improve. And I developed a good relationship with the teachers, with the principal, with my counselor. And that is something what I haven't been able to do as quickly as I've done in high school. I like the whole thing of project-based learning, and project-based learning has also helped me in high school because I'm able to now finish assignments much more quickly, and I'm able to present things more better. And also, Badger Rock has helped me with my opportunities such as raising chickens, being able to do cool projects like podcasts, and getting awards and scholarships. And also I was able to do a speech in front of the school. And because of that, I'm happy for my 3 years experience at Badger Rock. Thank you.
Thank you. Donald Conway and Juliana Baldo.
Thank you for having us today. I am Donald Conway from Madison LaFollette High School, and we are here to talk I'm here today with Juliana Baldo as representatives from the MMSD student body. We'd like to talk about the importance of immediate sustainable action. We are at a critical turning point in our district's and world history. 2020 marks the start of the climate decade. It is not only the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, but also marks 10 years before the 2030 deadline the UN has established to meaningfully address climate change. These things have increased awareness and support of action related to renewable energy throughout the community. According to the most recent COP25 Climate Summit, the international community has 8.5 years to prevent irreversible damage from climate change. This emphasizes the importance of immediate action. 2020 also marks nearly 50 years since the last time a high school facilities referendum has been considered for MMSD. Decisions we make now will lock in deep ramifications for decades to come. Not only are our buildings no longer state-of-the-art, if it is another 50 years before we can make major change, it will be too late. Therefore, we have to be smart and think critically about the decisions we make today. We don't have time to make small, timid steps, but rather, we need to make bold, aggressive investments in sustainability to affirm our mission of serving youth. Not only are youth, including myself and the students I go to school with every day, disproportionately affected by a consequence of climate change, but youth have also been the most vocal supporters in driving advocacy efforts over the past few years. MMSD must show its commitment to youth by identifying sustainability as a priority in this referendum. Investment in sustainability will also benefit the district financially with future decreases in energy costs. For instance, savings from renewable energy and energy efficiency investments directly decrease operational expenses. In the long run, installing solar arrays on each of the 4 main high schools will be cash flow positive from year 1 because of the savings in the annual electric bill. Looking at our long-term goals, MMSD has also committed to using 100% renewable energy by 2040. To reach this goal, MMSD must start investing in renewable energy and energy efficiency now. If we start investing in renewable energy now, we will reap financial benefits and reach our goals.
Hi, I'm Juliana, and I am a student representative from Memorial High School. I'm a junior there. And I'd first like to start with thanking the school board for already affirming and confirming the renewable energy rider with MGE for the 2 megawatt solar panels in the 2020 referendum. That is a crucial first step forward, but there is a lot more opportunity that we can take to really push the issue of sustainability in this upcoming referendum. We really want to maximize rooftop solar panels, electrify heating, and ensure that the new elementary school that is currently being planned will be built using net zero architecture. We'd also additionally like to potentially propose the idea of sustaining a possible sustainability counselor position on the Madison School Board. Such a position is actually reflected in the Sun Prairie and other school boards in the state. And we just like for you guys to consider this possibility in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anna Moffett? Hello.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me? All right. So I am here today to speak about the possible purchase of the Holzman property. I want to start by saying it's striking to hear the tribute to Luna this evening, because something that wasn't shared about Luna is that Luna is also significantly impacted by a disability. She requires a wheelchair for mobility. She has limited verbal communication. And we saw in that example how much she was loved in the Franklin school community and how much joy she brought to the students and staff. And it's sad to hear tonight that we're contemplating, unlike the opportunity that Luna had to be part of that environment, that we're talking about creating a separate, isolated, and segregated space. And what's tragic about this example is I think for these students that utilize services currently at Olin and possibly Holzman is that their disabilities are not as apparent as Luna's. And what we have seen is that when we don't see the disability, and maybe it's a disorder within your brain or a difference created by trauma, that we treat folks differently. We alienate them, we isolate them, we marginalize them, and we're seeing this play out again, but on a broader scope with this possible purchase. So what I want to say is there's no data to suggest students impacted by trauma or a mental health condition require segregated learning environments. In fact, all the research suggests differently. One of the biggest problems with isolated and segregated learning spaces is there is a lack of oversight that is not more clear than in the programs that we run for our youngest students with mental health conditions and trauma called LEAP, where just 3 years ago, there were over 800 reports of seclusion and STRAIT that were acted on with only 8 students participating in the program. When that number was discovered, of course, there was pushback, and now the numbers have dropped significantly. I'm not surprised. So what I also want to share is in my work as a parent peer specialist, I was able to be in the Olin space numerous occasions supporting families. Here's what I saw. Multiple verbal and physical altercations taking place. Many of these students were triggering to each other and had a very difficult time being in that small environment. The space was haphazard. It was not a joyful learning environment. Most of the children were working individually on their own on seat work, or they were working one-on-one with adults. I am not sure how either of those scenarios would increase a student's social, emotional, and social skills to be ready to go into a general education setting. Here's what I didn't see. Again, joyful learning. Kids engaged in art, music, foreign language, athletics. None of that was taking place. And I didn't see groups of kids socializing. So whether it's an injustice to 1 or 40, it's actually an injustice to all.
Thank you. Joanne?
Hello, my name is Joanne Youngke, and I'm speaking tonight as the mother of 2 high school students at Memorial, the younger of whom has a complex IEP. My daughter Miriam has been an MMSD student since kindergarten, and since kindergarten, it's been an ongoing and complex process as we struggle to make her education as inclusive as possible in a district that has in the past been known for inclusive practices. As the MMSD Special Education Plan states, In successful inclusive schools, all students, including those with disabilities, lose neither services nor support, but gain the opportunity to have full membership and to grow in functional and meaningful ways in the social and learning contexts of their non-disabled peers. In my daughter's freshman year of high school so far, she has eaten lunch in the common area of the school only 22 of 58 opportunities, or under 40%. Behaviors. We know our team has good intentions, but they're overwhelmed. They too are struggling to put together the pieces they know should fall into place when it comes to staffing in particular. As a district, we are not living up to our inclusive potential, and in that context, I do oppose the purchase of the Holtzman Road building to house those 4 segregated programs that are currently at Olin Avenue. We're having the wrong conversation about this purchase. We are not starting with an analysis of the programs themselves and the situations that lead to students being sent to these programs in the first place. Where's the demographic data that would quantify the fact that the majority of these segregated students are in fact students of color, disproportionately? How long is the waiting list that is being suggested as an argument for expanding the programming in a new building? And most importantly, what evidence do we have for outcomes? Are students actually returning to their neighborhood schools and succeeding there? If so, how long does that take to happen? Do students end up cycling through the segregated programs multiple times? The fact that you, as a board, have not been provided with the answers to these questions should not just be a red flag, but a whole parade of red flags. We need to be figuring out what works, both in our neighborhood schools and in the programming to help students return to our neighborhood schools. Please oppose the purchase of the Holtzman Road property.
Thank you. Martha Sirabo.
First of all, I wanted to say thank you for taking the time to say those nice things about Luna. I am very good friends with her family. This has been a very hard time for them. Luna is one of Jasmine's classmates, and she was loved by every single person in her school. So thank you. I am a proud parent of a child with a disability as well. My daughter has cerebral palsy and epilepsy. I'm here today also representing Miss Wheelchair Wisconsin 2020 because my platform is embracing inclusive education. I'm part of the Special Education Parent Advisory Council. I'm also part of the DPI Parent Advisory Council, and I just recently got nominated and accepted to the DPI Equity Council. The National Inclusion Project states that inclusion is not simply about physical proximity. It is about intentionally planning for the success of all students. This $4.5 million purchase of the Holtzman Road property questions our district's ability to move towards inclusive schools. Schools that give students with and without disabilities the right to have an education with their peers. After becoming aware of the programs currently in place that would be moved to the new location, I've been asking myself why this discussion wasn't at any of the special education parent advisory meetings that I've been part of. I would have hoped that student and parent input has been considered, but I would have preferred that they have also have been invited and they had an invitation to the special education council meetings to have discussions around best and better practices. I think transparency would include a list of programs that are currently included at the Olin Street building and reasons to keep them as is. Maybe we could be doing more to bring students back to their community schools. There's actually model schools in place right now. One is actually over in Stoughton, where they looked at how they were treating their students with disabilities in relation to the layout of the building, and they reorganized their classrooms appropriately. They even added a sensory room that was available at any time for any student that needed it. They not only met the students' needs by reevaluating themselves, but they modeled to the students on how to be inclusive and accepting of each other's differences. This purchase does not fully appreciate all students affected. Inclusion is different for each child, and some children need a combination classroom where they have individualized direct support. Students at an offsite classroom completely remove them from their peers. This vote needs to be re-evaluated. We should be looking at our already existing buildings, be asking what can be done to create appropriate learning environments and supports, and how we can keep the children and their families in their own communities. Separating and segregating a child, especially ones with disabilities, separates the entire family. We need to find a way to bring these students back to their respective schools and we shouldn't be finding a more suitable space that continues to isolate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
I work in the trenches of special education for MMSD. I am on my 7th school year with the district as a special ed assistant. I am also the parent of a 12-year-old son who has a significant disability. I see firsthand the value to all students when children with IEPs are in the classroom with their peers. Children learn from their peers. They learn how to be a productive person of society by learning alongside their peers. Typical students benefit also by becoming accepting, kind, compassionate members of society. I am concerned about the proposed $4.5 million to be spent on a special education building. I do understand there is a need for intensive intervention programs for some of our students, but purchasing a 30,000 square foot building is worrisome to me. What is the plan for a building that size? We need more boots on the ground. We need more special ed assistants and cross-categorial teachers. Over the last 7 years, I have experienced my job getting more and more difficult because there are not enough of us. The caseloads of special ed teachers are too heavy. There are too many students with IEPs in one classroom because there's not that many special ed assistants. I see daily unfilled special education positions in my building, as I'm sure many schools do, daily. Most days I leave my job feeling like it wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. I wasn't able to give enough time and attention to my students because I am only one person. But I am one person, one special ed assistant that cares deeply for special education students. I implore you, the school board members, to look very carefully at the needs of special education. This district needs more people, more SEAs, more CC teachers, more social workers, and other support staff. The people are the foundation of our district. It must be supported. The district needs to figure out how to obtain and retain more staff. Support your special education students. Support your special education staff. Please spend our special education budget wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Nunez?
Howdy, I'm Adam with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. It would seem there's been a lot of discussion without much impact on the community. That's the folks behind me and the people at home who couldn't make it. regarding the purchase of a new building and its use. It's my understanding, from what I've read online and watched from previous meetings, that the new building is intended to aggregate a handful of programs from around the Madison area into one location. Reportedly, the idea is to save on costs and make it easier to administrate various programs. And I suppose that immediately raises the question of, should ease of administration be the primary motivating factor when making these choices? Taking a step back, I think we can ask bigger questions, like, is this really the best way to instruct disabled kids here in Madison? Regardless of the answer to that question, what studies or discussions have been had, and with whom, to determine the answer to that? Have we reviewed this plan with parents of disabled children in Madison to find out if it's actually preferable to them? Based on folks here today, I would say it's not exactly preferable to them. Or are we just moving forward with the best, albeit misinformed intentions? My concern, and it is a concern, it's not condemnation of any kind, is that we might be making major decisions here without appropriate input. While this may be an improvement to the status quo, it potentially misses a much greater goal of what we should be striving for, delivering the best possible education to all children in Madison in a manner fitting to them and in their primary school environment whenever possible. So to reiterate my point, I have no qualms with the school board making major purposes to benefit children. I don't think anyone does. Rather, I'm concerned that this particular purchase is indicative of a greater misunderstanding of the overarching goal of the education system here in Madison. A feeling of inclusiveness and belonging should be the norm fostered by the system that we craft, not the exception. I'd also like to say that lots of folks here from Freedom Inc. have said a lot of great and meaningful things, like taking cops out of schools. You should probably pay attention to that. They're here a lot, and they keep reiterating this point. Maybe pay attention. Thanks.
Thank you. Sawyer Johnson?
Hi there, my name is Sawyer Johnson, and I'm also here with Adam as a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, or PSL, here in solidarity tonight with Disability Pride Madison and also Freedom Inc., who's been coming for the past several years to demand removing cops from schools. That's great, thank you. So we know that tonight you're considering this purchase of the $4.5 million building, the Holzman building, and I took the time, because I don't have better hobbies, to watch the 12/9 special meeting that occurred. And I have a couple questions that I think would be answered by an open forum, which is one of the things I hope will come out of tonight, is an open forum that you use to have these conversations that people are asking for, both students with disabilities as well as their families. So one of the things I noticed in watching the meeting on December 9th was that one of the program managers said that they don't have any data around actual outcomes of students returning to their home schools. So I'm wondering if we have anything like that, as another speaker asked about, if we can actually see what the outcomes look like of these programs. I think part of the danger of purchasing a building is it gives you all a material incentive to keep having those programs going on and on at the same location. So let's find out if the programs are working before we find them a permanent home. One of the other things I noticed during the meeting on December 9th was that it was discussed that this building wouldn't even have a playground, even though it's a K-12 building. But one of the things I heard from the program managers was that it was an item that could be considered down the road as a line item. So I'm wondering, how will these students involved in these programs have access to some of the same resources as their peers in their home schools, even something as basic as a playground? Finally, I know that at least 3 or 4 folks on the board have run on an equity or social justice platform. So given the fact that Black high school students with disabilities are 76 times more likely to be arrested than their peers, I'm wondering what you all think of the racial justice outcomes of purchasing a building such as this, and would encourage you to look into the racist ramifications of that. I think that's all I got. One other thing I would add is that we can see that one of the requirements for students with an IEP is that they have to have significant behavioral and emotional challenges in order to be removed from their homeschool classroom. So And the work that I've done and what I've seen from a lot of colleagues is that that often means students of color. So essentially what we're looking at is a building where we would be segregating disabled students of color from their peers, which isn't okay in my home district. So thank you.
Thank you. Martha Olson?
Good evening. My name is Martha Olson. I am an administrator with the Madison School District. I want to thank you for taking the time to come out and see our programs at the intensive intervention programs and for allowing me to speak to you tonight. I began my journey with Madison over 30 years ago as a special ed assistant. I spent 13 years as a special ed teacher in the classrooms. I've seen numerous superintendents, district initiatives, staff, and programs come and go over the years. But what I hold dear to my heart the most is the district's commitment to special education, and I've been a part of that for 30 years. For the past 3 years, I've been fortunate enough to work for the intensive intervention programs at Olin Avenue. I tell people that we are the best kept secret in the district because nobody knows what really goes on in our building and the work that we do. Not that we should be a secret, because everybody should know. There is nothing like our program currently in our district and how we service kids. Our students come to us with very unique and challenging behaviors. Our students are referred, reviewed, and vetted by the intensive support team members. It's not an easy placement to obtain. Only a very small percentage of special education students are serviced with us at Olin. We take great pride in the work that we do. Our staff is deeply committed to each other and to every one of our students. That being said, I still know we can do better. Our students are educated in a public building that houses a drug clinic, adult mental health agency, a medical health care center, and a test scoring center. There are daily conversations with our students about the other people in the building and how that impacts their daily lives. Our students share public restrooms, hallways, and common spaces with anybody that walks into that building. While our landlord is very supportive of us and our programs, we're also reminded that we need to be a little more quiet. Nothing can go on the walls. Watch out for the cars driving in and out. Don't play near the cars. Make sure your bikes are organized in the rack. Make sure you get those holes in the walls repaired. Don't post anything on the walls. And leave the landscape rocks alone, because it's not our space. We have to rent. While there have not been any significant instances with the public, I worry it's only a matter of time. Madison has always supported our programs. We are not new. The district has paid for rent for our programs in numerous locations over the years, only to move us on to somewhere else. We ask for a safe environment, a sense of a school, a customized space to be able to educate our students, a cafeteria, a playground, a phone system, and real classrooms that the students so badly desire. I strongly urge you to please give them a place that feels like a school. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Moran? Kate? Yes. Okay.
Hi, my name is Kate Moran. I'm president of Disability Pride Madison. No disrespect intended towards you and your wonderful program, but I would suggest the best place for a school is in a school. I'm just really concerned about hearing about segregation in the Madison school districts. I guess we haven't been here to complain before because we didn't realize that segregated programs were happening. I also want to state for the record that I'm here to represent two different people who contacted Disability Pride Madison and felt like this building had too much dust and mold for them to be safe with their special conditions. So there's two people standing behind me that couldn't make it to this space that just didn't work for them. I don't think I can do better than the UW professor talking about the outcomes for students with disabilities in integrated settings. And all I can say is that we're sitting here in the hometown of the flagship university for the system, and if we can't find support and help to bring students from isolated situations into integrated situations, then I'm not really sure what hope there is for this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra? Sandra?
Hello, everyone. I didn't recognize the Sandra because I go by Sashi. And I'm Vice President of Disability, pardon me?
Sorry.
I'm Vice President of Disability Pride Community. We know, I think many of us, and it has been pointed out that there is research to show that students do better when they're all integrated together. The differently abled people learn from people with no problems like that, and vice versa. So let's all stay together. We can help each other, we can teach each other, and love each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kristen?
Okay, can you hear me okay? Because I'm kind of quiet. All right. I am here speaking on behalf of Jason Belaungi and Access to Independence, which is a local organization. We're an independent living center that works with people with a variety of disabilities across Dane, Dodge, Greene, and Columbia counties here in Wisconsin. Surprise, I'm here to talk about the building situation. We are opposed to this proposal as an organization. We believe that this discussion and the choice should not be about how to save costs, but should be instead about how to meet the needs of these students with disabilities without the need to keep them in a segregated environment for their learning and support needs. This proposal does not look at the costs to provide these students with an equal education in an inclusive setting with grade level peers. Such costs would include on-site services and supports needed to ensure their health, safety, and learning abilities within an integrated school setting. This proposal does not provide an evaluation of any existing spaces within the current integrated school settings throughout the district that might be underutilized and could be used for supports, interventions, or therapies. If there was no opportunity within one integrated setting, what opportunities would exist within another in the district? This proposal also doesn't acknowledge the educational outcomes of students with disabilities who learn in an integrated setting versus those in a segregated setting. I think it's been brought up a number of times tonight, though, that that's not a good thing. That those outcomes generally are much more poor when people are in a segregated space. Additionally, the 4 programs that are impacted by this proposal do not appear to be tracked by DPI for accountability. Keeping students in the segregated setting denies the student, their family, and the district of important educational outcome measurements. Engaging in discussion on which segregated environment is better than the other excludes the fact that there is a need to track and improve educational outcomes for students with disabilities within the district. Access to Independence does not support or oppose this proposal based on cost estimates and proposed cost savings. That discussion misses the ultimate goal that you as a Board of Education should really be considering, which is how to meet the needs of students with disabilities without the need to move them to a segregated environment. The status quo does not address this, nor does the proposal before the board. Furthermore, the level of funding going into either segregated solution would be better spent ensuring a fair and inclusive education for this district's students with disabilities, as is required by federal law. Just as an aside, speaking as myself, somebody who has had disabilities since childhood, my ability to learn was greatly impacted by the fact that I was segregated in school. And I would hate to see that happen to a number of students, especially with the racial implications that have been brought up by a number of people speaking today before the board. And I would urge us to proceed with caution as opposed to proceeding to get this done before the end of September or December. What month is it? Goodness. While this, potential deal has been accepted. I would urge us to take more time and to do more research, as is befitting the city in which the flagship university for the state exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Wallishin, and I'm an administrator here in Student Services, and I support the programs out at Olin Avenue. I want to publicly thank the board for taking the time to come out and visit our programs that we're talking about here tonight. I want to publicly thank you for taking the time to meet with our students and staff and hear about their needs. And I appreciate your interest, and I especially appreciate your understanding in this complicated issue. So I want to thank you for all of it.
Thank you. Andy?
Good evening. My name is Andy Tonys, and I'm a program support teacher with MMSD's Intensive Intervention Programs. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our presentation with you last Monday, for taking the time to come and visit our programs this past week, and for allowing me to speak before you tonight. I am proud to say that I've been a member of the Intensive Intervention Program staff for almost a decade. We are passionate about the work that we do, the care that we provide to our students and families. To put it most genuinely, we love our students. We are truly a school family. Our students come to our programs in crisis. Most of their families are also in crisis as they attempt to provide the support their children need. Many of our students have experienced numerous and recent hospitalizations and/or stays in residential treatment facilities due to critical mental health and behavioral needs. They are children of incredible strength and character who are at a profoundly vulnerable period of their lives. Pardon me, you guys, I'm not used to presenting in front of the board. Already supported by our community's most intensive social services, their families are seeking an alternative to the supports a typical school building is capable of providing. These families come to us asking for that alternative, and they remain at the heart of all the work that we do. Each of our students is a member of our community and school district, deserving an educational opportunity that meets their individual needs. Each of them is a uniquely amazing person, gifted and eager to share those gifts with the world to achieve the future that they deserve. But our students are facing barriers that threaten the fulfillment of those dreams and aspirations. Barriers that few, if any of us, can fully understand. They are hurting beyond words, and so are their families. There are no simple solutions to that pain and those challenges. There is only consistent and diligent wraparound care by professionals who have committed their lives to supporting students and families such as ours. These professionals are specifically trained in a case management and intervention-based approach that provides extensive communication with families, medical providers, and community agencies with an ever-present goal of students returning to their neighborhood elementary and middle schools. We guide them through that scaffolded return, supporting them through the healing process and helping them develop the social, emotional, and behavioral skills needed for success and fulfillment in school and our community. And so I stand before you tonight to humbly request that you lend us a helping hand in that work, that you provide a resounding commitment to the students and families whom that work supports and protects. Specifically, we are asking for a home for our programs, a home for our school family. That family deserves more than rented space within a building shared with other tenants. That family deserves more than inconsistent spaces that may periodically exist within different school buildings in our district. For the safety, dignity, and success of our students, this home needs to be in the exact kind of space that the Holtzman Building provides. Our students and their families deserve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak on a different issue, but before I do, there should never be and should never have been cops in schools. It's deeply, deeply shameful that you require marginalized students to come here month after month, year after year, to beg for their own safety. My name is Jess Strauss, and I am the Secretary of Disability Pride Madison. I'm here to speak on the vote for purchasing a facility to house special education programs at 333 Holtzman Road. First, Disability Pride Madison would like this vote opposed or at least postponed. We have not been given enough time or information to assess how this would affect the disabled communities of Madison. Second, we would like an equity analysis focusing on how buying this building would further the integration of students with disabilities and increase academic success for students with disabilities, especially students of color with disabilities. We would like to know what academic progress is being made in these already existing programs towards students performing at grade level. And we'd also like to know why this project is being pushed ahead of other Referendum 2020 proposed projects. Third, we need a clear and transparent, open public forum and briefing before this issue goes to vote so that all of our questions and questions asked by other people here tonight can be answered and we can discuss all possible alternative options. Disability Pride Madison stands with the previous speakers, professors, lawyers, parents, organizations, and others to demand opposition to this purchase, or in the very, very least, the postponement of this vote until everyone has complete and accurate information on all of the costs and benefits of this purchase. Disability Pride Madison's mission is to work as a cross-disability coalition to support and celebrate disabled communities and to promote disability justice in Madison, in Wisconsin, and beyond. If you would like to further organize on this project, please email us at disabilitypridemadison@gmail.com.
Thank you. Barry Golden.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you. I'm sort of an old dog. I've been around a long time. I started my career. By the way, I'm here to speak on behalf of the Governance Council at Badger Rock Middle School in support of a 5-year contract. And I guess to add a little bit to my credibility, I started out teaching delinquent, emotionally and behaviorally disturbed kids in Milwaukee. I was a director of instruction and a special education director for about 15 years. I started my own technology company during the 90s and automated most of the libraries here in the Madison Metropolitan School District, in addition to cabling a number of buildings, et cetera, et cetera. My whole emphasis throughout my life has been to try and help kids figure out who they are, feel good about themselves, and establish some sort of self-confidence and presence and ability to relate to each other. And one of the things that I also was the charter school coordinator at the Department of Public Instruction when Badger Rock started. I think it was 8 years ago. And it wasn't until 4 years ago that Badger Rock, which is an urban agriculture school, planted the first seeds in the ground. Now, one of the things that my emphasis at the department was starting project-based schools. small schools, emphasizing strengths, interests that really created passion in the kids that were involved. And I have to say that well, I started probably 100 charter schools that were involved in it, and there's probably at least half of them were project-based schools. And the reason for me why that is so important is that if you think about what we do with middle school and high school kids, and I've been a substitute teacher in Madison, I've seen what goes on in a number of the buildings, middle schools and high schools, okay? But what I am so concerned about is the fact that in every one of our middle schools and high schools, we have about 150 kids before every teacher every day. Now, if you have social emotional issues, do you think the teachers have much of an opportunity to really develop a relationship with those kids? No. And that is why Badger Rock and the schools like it around the state, we set up as schools of innovation, research and development arms of school districts, where they could actually experiment with different models. And that is what Badger Rock is all about. And as you know, you've seen some of the highest growth in the middle schools in the city of Madison. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nan Youngerman, a fierce supporter of public education, a Badger Rock Middle School founder, governance council member, a retired Madison Metropolitan School District teacher, a proud MTI member, and tonight, speaker number 31. I'm here to talk about what makes Badger Rock Middle School unique and different. And I'd like to say the answer is not readily apparent from testing or all of the data charts in the world. I think it involves honoring student curiosity, developing a cohesive team of teachers, and building student resilience one project at a time. At Badger Rock Middle School, students are encouraged to ask and try to answer their own questions. They may have a social justice slant or represent an opportunity for them to be the boss of their own learning. A project represents an opportunity to research, interview, survey, read, construct, experiment, and share ideas. At Badger Rock, we honor student curiosity and value student-initiated ideas. Badger Rock is a cohesive whole, a collection of professionals all striving together toward the same goals. That broad commitment is unique and gives us a powerful and defined direction for teaching and learning. Resiliency. It's a gift we give our students. When 8th graders leave Badger Rock, they take it with them. They can use it for the rest of their lives. We're not perfect, nor are our students, but they are MAN scholars, People Program participants, Simpson Street Press writers, and last year, speakers at a Harvard conference about the changing face of education. Devika wasn't just wearing any old Harvard shirt tonight. She earned it. In closing, during the past term, we've experienced phenomenal leadership, which has deepened staff and family commitment. Our growth and state report card reflect a rock-solid infrastructure with a governance council and committed community partners who have given with joy and determination for close to 10 years. We celebrate our growth, and we ask all of you to recognize the same with a 5-year contract, nothing less, because Badger Rock is rock solid. You've asked for, and perhaps demanded, evidence of our progress. I'm going to leave a bit of evidence with Barbara over there, some Badger Rock honey and lip salve. So while you enjoy it, you can think about the work it takes to make it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we skipped Juliana Baldo and Donald Conway. Did we do that? We did. Oh, sorry, okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Andrea? Yeah, there you go.
Hi, my name is Andrea Seiler. I use they, them pronouns, and I identify as disabled. I'm currently a special education student at UW-Madison, and I saw myself as a future special educator in MMSD until this past semester, during my first practicums placement, when I saw the violent and racialized segregationist practices in the Madison public schools. Some things I saw this semester: empty classrooms reserved as evacuation spaces when a child was exhibiting violent behavior, seclusion rooms being used as behavior management tools where children would engage in self-harm practices, manhandling and violent removal of children with autism spectrum disorders for throwing a piece of dice during a math game. Educators mocking how students with autism spectrum disorders stimulate themselves, and teachers calling disabled students gross, weird, and failures to their faces. Sorry. I can't imagine working in a space which so dehumanizes, fears, and harms disabled students. Seeing MMSD interested in funding special education gives me hope, but seeing the failure to spend that money in a way that honors and empowers students, but rather in a way that identifies certain students as unfit for the classroom, is heartbreaking, and it is terrifying. If the general classroom is not a fitting environment for a certain student, our work as advocates for all children becomes to channel our resources in a way that makes the general classroom an appropriate and inviting space for all children. That becomes our job. I want to see MMSD living up to your virtues of justice, equity, and diversity. I want to be in a space that builds and plans an environment that we as future educators can be proud to serve in. And I want to be able to graduate in 2 years and call MMSD my home. I really hope that you defer to the requests of Disability Pride Madison. I really stand by and appreciate the work that they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Schaefer? We have two more. Yeah, third. Bob Schaefer?
I must have got bumped up because it says I'm speaker number 34. Anyhow, thank you. That one of the things that is important, excuse me, is that we keep on referring to students and things like that. But that what we need to do is look at that each one of those are a person, okay? And each person has a challenge and each person has gift. And that what is, I think, important in the school district today is to work on developing that school respect for each other and that partnering to help all students, all persons achieve. That I looked over your personalized pathways, and that what I see in it is mostly higher education or college direction. That in my growing up years, that I was not very successful in grade school, high school, and I flunked the first year of college. But I went in and I took the Air Force exams. And I scored a 95 percentile in electronics, a 95 percentile in mechanics, and was placed into the highest electronics school in the Air Force and got an Outstanding Achievement Award. What happened is that my natural interests were not addressed to make school interesting. I think today that when we have students, I'll refer to them as students, wandering halls, I suspect that possibly it's because their natural interest is not being met. It isn't interesting, so they go and they do some other things. So I think one of the things that needs to happen is we need to be more inclusive, and we need to look at the gifts of each child, each student, and help them as much as we can succeed by helping them to share an interest in helping the whole school be successful. We need to build school communities, and that I think that if we accomplish that we will have a better climate and a better respect for each other in the schools. I think I'm done.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Stormy.
My name is Stormy Stipe, and I'm the parent of a black teenager, so I, of course, don't support having SORs in the schools. But also, as the parent of a black teenager, I'm here to ask you to oppose or postpone this vote on the purchase of a facility to house disability programs until everyone has complete and accurate information on the costs and benefits of this purchase. We cannot be that school district that violates the ADA, which has been one of the best acts of my life. I have a PhD in literature and creative writing. I'm an associate professor of English at the University of Wisconsin-Platteville. I live here in Madison. My son goes to public school here. I grew up in South Georgia. I started school in 1970, the year Georgia finally got its act together and integrated the schools, even though they were supposed to have done it about 16 years earlier. I have a learning disability. After first grade, I could not read. I'm a professor in English, by the way. After first grade, I could not read, and I hadn't even started talking by the age of 4. I was termed slow by my teachers. I was terrified as a child of being sent to this tiny, small town, quote unquote, care home for what we called those kids, the disabled ones. I carried into adulthood very unfortunate beliefs I learned from my childhood about the capacities of people with disabilities to fit in and function in our society. Even for those not classified as disabled, a separate facility for disabled kids promotes segregation, misperceptions, and stigmas, and is the opposite of something my family and I deeply value: inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends our public comment. Move on to board president's announcements and reports. Want to announce the UW-Madison 2019 Outstanding Cooperating Teacher Rockwell Awards. Last month, the University of Wisconsin-Madison School of Education honored the recipients of its 2019 Outstanding Cooperating Teacher Rockwell Awards at the Teacher Education Celebration, which recognizes excellent teachers who have chosen to pass on their expertise by providing professional experiences for UW-Madison student teachers. From MMSD teachers Ellen Boyle and Tanya Rasmussen from Franklin Elementary School, Scott Moulet from Blackhawk Middle School, James Reichling from La Follette, Robin Staley from Memorial High School, and school psychologist Tara Schluschi of Schenck Elementary School were all the 2019 award winners. The board congratulates and appreciates each teacher's contributions in collaborating with the UW-Madison School of Education to improve the quality of education in our schools. So, congratulations. Next, just a quick superintendent search update. Your board will be busy in the next 2 days
Tuesday and Wednesday, we will be interviewing candidates for the position. We hope we're still on time on our timeline. We will have our final interviews the January 14th, 15th, and 16th. That will be an opportunity for, we're calling it the Day in the District. So the community will be able to participate and meet our, about 3 finalists we will have, who will be going out to our district, meet with community members, and we'll have some way of getting input. But that's where we are. We'll be busy for the next 2 days. All right. Now we have the superintendent's announcements and reports. Hand it over to Dr. Belmore.
Woo, thank you. So tonight for my report, the subject is personalized pathways, and we have a team of folks who are going to present to us, so they can come on up and get themselves situated. I'll let them introduce themselves to you in just a moment. As you know, we are now in year 3 of implementing personalized pathways. In personalized pathways, students learn in close-knit communities. They set academic goals, explore college and career options, and tackle challenging classes, all around a broad theme that's connected to the real world. The theme of our first personalized pathway is health services, and that is now in its 3rd year in our 4 main high schools. Our second pathway, called Information Technology and Communication, started at East High School, Memorial High School, and La Follette High School this fall. So I'm going to turn it over to the team, and Cindy, if you would just kind of introduce yourself and everybody, that would be great.
Good evening, everybody. I am really excited to be here tonight and to provide a quick update around personalized pathways, and also an update around a recent visit that we had to Long Beach School District, where we were able to take a team of school individuals as well as a few board members, and we're going to talk about a few highlights. Before I begin, I just want to introduce everyone that we have here and a few members that we have in the audience. So first we have Meg Filkins, who is the assistant principal at Memorial High School, Maggie Zawicki, assistant principal at East High School, Cullen Haskins, assistant principal at La Follette High School, and Jen Wagner, who is our director of pathways here at the district. We also have a few of our principals and a few of our teachers that are pathways teachers in the audience. So grateful for them hanging in there with us and still awake right now. So thank you. In addition to talking about and sharing a little bit of our visit for the time in Long Beach, we wanted to provide an opportunity of just kind of a quick update from our report that was released in September on our data from 2018-19 and some of our next steps that we're considering as a district. A shout out to our anchor partners. This work is definitely not the work of just MMSD. I always feel it's critically important for us to not only thank our anchor partners, but acknowledge excuse me, all of the deep work they do with us to make this possible. It's a community-wide effort, and so we have 8 anchor partners that we're deeply grateful for their work around pathways as well. I thought it was important before we talk about Long Beach to do a little bit of a history walk, so that with new board members and also as an opportunity for the community to kind of understand our journey thus far. This journey for personalized pathways started in 2013-14 through our high school reform collaborative. It was a group of over 60 members that were comprised of community members, business and industry, central office, school-based staff, and families that came together and really helped design and shape what personalized pathways is now in our schools. In addition to that, we had that team of our anchor partners go and present at a national conference to share their initial design of personalized pathways. And then we actually began with the schools all the way back in the summer of 2016. So 4 summers ago, where we began with our schools to really think about the theme for our first pathway and begin that planning. So it's been quite a journey thus far. In addition, we have been grateful to get some funding from the Joyce Foundation, and we've also been part of a community of practice with 3 other surrounding regions, Rockford, Illinois, the northwest suburbs of Illinois, and Columbus, Ohio. So we have been able to learn from other districts as they do their implementation. I thought it was important just to ground us in our definition of pathways. I won't read it, but how we define pathways and how we think about the work of all of the pathways that we have happening in our high schools right now. Also, our guiding principles as we're thinking about how we are designing our pathways and the experience we want for our students, we ensure that these guiding principles are what we consider and kind of pressure test our decisions against. And last, how we actually define personalized pathways in MMSD. Just as a reminder, I think you have seen this before, but we have it comprised of 5 different components, starting with our academic and career planning of students having voice and choice. Who are they? Where do they want to go? How are they learning? How are they going to get there? And really thinking about their decision making as they enter into high school. Our program of study that really outlines the rigorous courses that students are going to take, the supports that students receive through a personalized approach, our experiential learning opportunities from experiences that happen within the classroom to experiences that happen outside, all the way up to internships and potentially a youth apprenticeship opportunity if students so choose. And really that small learning community, a small tight-knit community where students and teachers know each other very well. So we just wanted to provide a little bit of background as to who Long Beach was and why we decided to go there. So Long Beach is a district that's been implementing pathways for over 12 years. Up here you can also see some of their demographics. They're definitely a larger district, but they're a district that we used when we did the initial design, and also a district that we have been using to see what's happening in their schools and take some stuff back for us to consider in our own implementation, in our own refinement of pathways. When we went on the trip, we had a few set of objectives or outcomes that we wanted to actually accomplish. At the end of this part of the presentation, I will pause and also invite board members that attended to provide some insight or any experiences as well. I'm going to turn it over to Jen, who's going to kind of talk about the overall takeaways from the trip from the central perspective.
So thank you for having us this evening to be able to share our thoughts and observations from our visit to Long Beach. It is important for our continued growth in pathways to have opportunities to see from other districts their challenges and their successes to be able to grow from those. Our observations came down to 4 areas: district level, school level, classroom level, and community level. So I won't read all of these, but just highlight a few. One of our greatest takeaways or observations was really the opportunity for everyone in the district, from board members to classroom staff to special education support staff, everyone in the district to have a deep working knowledge of pathways and to be able to talk about its successes and their clear why that they are doing the work around pathways and what they're seeing for their students. At a school level, this idea of smaller learning communities coupled with their linked learning approach really is key for their students to see true success and those connections to their small community and to the community at large. At the classroom level, these ideas of the theme connecting within classrooms to ensure that authentic opportunity for students to understand how their content plays out in the areas that they may consider for their future career or even just their future adult life, allows them to see the connections across and within their content areas and allows that learning to go deeper. And also at the community level, the idea of being able to bring in our community members to the classrooms and to also take our students outside of the classroom in order to see content and opportunities come to life for students was another takeaway from our visit as well. like to turn over our floor to those that have come with us from each of our schools. So
I just wanted to make mention of Memorial Leslie Mitchell, who is an English teacher over there that attended. Unfortunately, had a family emergency, and so she is not able to be with us. So Meg has graciously stepped in, so that's why it indicates her name. So I'm going to turn it over to Maggie, and she's going to talk about the experience from East High School.
Hi, good evening. So the East team who went wanted to share just a couple takeaways with you. The first being what we heard from students being the most important, that they had a really strong connection to the things that they were learning about, and that there was a really high level of engagement from those students in the Pathways classes because their learning was thematic and really connected across their classrooms in thematic units. But was also pretty tightly connected to their Pathways focus, which also aligned with their personal interests. So it allowed them to do a lot of learning around their interests, but also career opportunities down the road. So that's what we heard from students. We also, I paid close attention to the roles that the staff members on those Pathways teams had and what systems they built to support their students in those learning opportunities. And in particular, the role of the school counselor was impressive in that the school counselor was really a part of those teaching teams, which allowed them to support students really deeply and meet a lot of their needs. So those two things, those learning opportunities and those adult teams that supported students, seemed to create a really strong sense of community and identity for those students. So with that learning back at East, Pathways teacher teams became not just teacher teams, but also began to include counselors to provide those in-depth supports. And we started to shift to project-based learning, which allowed for the thematic units to continue in classes, but also give students voice and choice about what they were learning about. And you'll see up there a little a note about success teams. So success teams are those teacher teams, including the counselor, getting together to discuss and coordinate weekly about their students and about their learning, which then just has begun to allow us to support our students in deeper ways at East.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. I can echo a couple of the same themes she just talked about at East by talking about a few of the things that we're doing at La Follette, which are very similar, but I can give you a few specific examples that are a little bit different. One thing that we adopted from Wilson High School, which Jen mentioned in her opening, in the Pathway, is a three-tiered student intervention approach. So if we're problem solving with a student, what we would do is do an empathy interview. It's a way of questioning a student and approaching the problem not as, that centers the student as a human, as opposed to starting off with everything that's wrong, right? So you ask them who their trusted adults are. You ask the student what academic success means to them. And so it's a way to start a process of an intervention with a student. We borrowed that from the trip that we took to Long Beach. Now the difference with this in a Pathways model is once you start problem solving with a student and you get some solutions that are working, that's gonna work in all of their core classes. And like East, we have teachers meeting once a week and problem solving around students. So if you have a plan that works, if you have an empathy interview that's gone well, then what can happen then is you can reach kids a lot faster through this model when you're working in a pathway, as opposed to other places in the building where groups of students don't have the same three core teachers in these cases. So that's the student intervention part. The cross-curricular learning part and the thematic learning, which you heard is creating higher levels of engagement, and that's what we saw in California, is really cool. And La Follette's doing some cool stuff with that. 2 weeks ago, we took 92 10th graders on a field trip, and the question the question that the project they were on posed is this: alcohol, the spirit of Wisconsin? ? And students are exploring the economic aspects, the policy aspects, and the health aspects of alcohol. So they split up in students got in groups of 3, and in each group, one of them went to UW Health and talked about the effects of alcohol and health. One of them went to the Wisconsin Alcohol Policy Project and talked to them. Others visited downtown businesses and talked about it from that angle. So that's the kind of stuff that's really cool, because when I'm in my English class, we're talking about that project. When I'm in my health science pathway class, we're talking about that project. It's something that I'm seeing from every angle as a kid, and it just creates higher levels of engagement. So that is happening. What we'll be starting in our 11th grade pathway is a really cool cross-curricular project where they're looking at, in their physics class, about the effects of radiation on the human body. And then at the same time, their U.S. history teacher is going to be talking about the bombings at Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II. So to really bring, kind of round out the learning for kids in that way. Our 9th grade pathways, kids are working on a mental health project, and they're doing that in each of their core classes, minus math, which is not part of the pathway. But they're doing that in each of their core classes. And we're just seeing it create greater levels of engagement, and kids are proud to be involved in this stuff.
Yes, and coming from the Memorial perspective, echoing a lot of what we've heard from Easton La Follette, we visited Long Beach at the end of year 2 of implementation, and one of the things we had heard loud and clear from our students was actually a problem of practice that we were exploring across year 2 of Pathways implementation was, how do we get that pathway theme to be living more loudly and clearly in their everyday coursework? Kids were saying, it's just not out there enough for me, it's not explicit enough, and Leslie and myself, who were the staff from Memorial who went to Long Beach, really latched into this idea of what Long Beach was referring to as single content integration into the classroom, or single subject integration. And what that meant was that there's integrated projects which connect courses, one course to another course, and linking the learning from one course to another course. But within just an English course, or within just the U.S. history, or just the science course, what could that individual teacher do to make those pathway themes come to life within their own unique content? And teachers like Leslie and others who are part of the information communication technology pathway, we were able to take that learning back and start creating projects and activities within the single classroom, and then linking, sort of like what La Follette was getting at, like if we're doing this in English, let's link it to something else that's going on in U.S. history. So rather than always trying to create these big, large, broad, integrated projects, which are though important and are clearly part of the pathway experience, they are also very time intensive and hard to always get organized. But you can do the smaller things in your day-to-day classroom, which the kids really appreciated. And it also then led to that experience of like, we're part of something special, we're part of something unique. That this pathway is a different experience for us. And I think in general, this idea of the single subject integration has been something that we have been coming back to over and over again as we think about how to make that pathway a deep and rich experience at Memorial.
So some of the next steps from the central office perspective, I'll start and then Jen can chime in, is when we saw in Long Beach their deep connection to their post-secondary institutions, we've been really trying to think about how to create more dual credit opportunities here in Madison. If you remember a few months ago, we talked from an advanced coursework perspective and showed and highlighted some data around where we are as a system around dual credit opportunities, or students earning college credit while still in high school. This is an area that we're working really closely with, and starting with Madison College, and excited about the expansion opportunities in the future, and what those opportunities could mean also for industry certification and some other deeper studies in the particular pathway content and themes. The other thing, and Maggie mentioned this, is really seeing the role of the counselor in each pathway. And I think we've started that as a system by having a counselor assigned to the pathway, and that's kind of how their caseload works. But we have been having kind of ongoing conversations with some of the people in Long Beach and other areas to really think about how we bolster that advising and how we leverage our counselors a little differently, not only for what's happening in the pathway, but as they're thinking about kind of post-secondary experiences for students. Anything else you want to add?
Well done.
Okay. So before we kind of jump into the second half, where we will talk about just our overall next steps as a system and just a little bit of a highlight from the data, I wanted to pause first to allow if either of our board members that attended wanted to chime in at all. If not, pause for questions before we go into the second half.
I think it was Ali and Ananda, right? Did you guys both go? Do you want to chime in now or wait?
I feel like it would be easier to kind of share our experiences as part of the larger board's discussion.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Great. Let's just have them.
They said that they were asking for questions.
Do you have, are you open to questions now?
We can pause here now, or we can go through. There's only like 2 or 3 more slides.
Okay,
We can
let's
run
go through the
them,
slides and then we'll open it up for
All
questions.
right, let's do it that way. Sounds good. So just a few data slides. As a reminder, you received the full report for the 2018-19 school year for all 4 of our comprehensive high schools and their implementation of pathways. Here you have a highlight just around our GPA as a system, both for 9th and 10th grade. Pathways is in blue, not pathways. Students that are not in the pathway is in orange. We also have it broken up by high school. Overall, you'll see places where the GPA for students in a pathway is slightly higher and places where students with their GPA is slightly lower based on the pathway. In addition, attendance, and we have been focusing on attendance as a system this year because we haven't really had a kind of system-wide attendance strategy. So this year we kicked it off with a campaign, and we know at our high school level, attendance is always something we're grappling with of, okay, getting the kids to school first, getting them engaged. And what you'll see here is for our students in pathways, our attendance rates are actually higher than our students that are not in the pathway. When you look at our overall district data for 9th and 10th grade, and then for 2 of our high schools, there is definitely a percentage different. Memorial is kind of right there, almost about the same, and West High School has students have a lower attendance rate that are in the pathways. You will notice Memorial for 10th grade has about 2 percentage, 3, I don't know how to do math, 3 percentage point difference in 10th grade. And a reminder, the full report was received in September and then shared again on the site. So some of the things that we've been thinking about from the district level in terms of our overall implementation and where we know we want to continue to refine and where we are planning on going. From the high schools with their implementation of dual language immersion. This is an area that we have started to try and do some innovation around and some collaborative thinking between our school-based staff that's implementing dual language immersion, our central office staff that kind of oversees that, the Office of Multilingual and Global Education, and our department to think about what a pathway would look like that would also serve DLI. And so the teams came together earlier this fall to really conceptualize and to reconceptualize what dual language might look like at the high school level. Very drafty right now, but we're continuing those conversations to consider what that may look like for a future pathway. We're also really thinking about how to continue to engage our middle schools more deeply and the high schools continuing as they're thinking about their next pathways theme. And probably as important is as we're engaging in SIP 2.0 with all of our schools and they're developing kind of their 3-year SIP, they are embedding this idea of what engagement for pathways at the same time will look like, knowing that based on the timeline we are considering it will be in the middle of their SIP when the next set of pathways come in. So we want them, as they're engaging communities now, to think about what feedback they need and what input they need from those school communities and those families around pathways and their themes. And we're always analyzing our implementation both through qualitative and quantitative data, whether it's student voice, whether it's teacher feedback, or whether it's some of the more traditional metrics, really thinking about how we need to be in this continuous improvement process and really think about how we're always learning based on the implementation. One of our main focus areas is project-based learning. You heard it from all three of the schools here and how they're kind of approaching that. And making sure that we're continuously to leverage our student voice and hear their experiences so that we adjust based on what's happening with our children. And then the last thing that I would just mention is this is where we're at in terms of where we're thinking about our timeline for future pathways implementation. I mentioned kind of what we're doing now this year. Next year, we're really excited. We have our first cohort of the health services pathway graduating from all 4 of our high schools, so excited for a big celebration there. And we're going to continue to work with our schools as they develop and identify the themes for future pathways. In 21-22, right now we envision all 9th graders will be entering into high school in a pathway at East La Follette and Memorial, and at that time we are planning on re-engaging West in their conversations and their planning for pathways implementation. And based on that timeline, we see all of our high school students in a pathway at the 3 high schools in the 24-25 school year where we're in full implementation and not in this kind of state where we're now in operating kind of 2 systems under 1 high school. So those are our highlights and our quick updates. So we are done now and we'll go for questions.
Great. Nikki?
I have 2. One is, sorry, gotta get the mic on. One is on the anchor. One, thank you very much. The work is excellent, and I learned quite a bit. On the anchor partners, are those all third parties that we contract with?
No, there's no contracting with
So
those.
they're all in, like, do we invite them in? How do we get an anchor partner?
So the anchor partners were kind of identified years ago, some that offered and asked could we be part of this work, and some that we brought to the table when we were starting the conversations with the High School Reform Collaborative. All of our agreements are through a memorandum of agreement, but there's no contracted services.
Okay, but so we can do memo of agreements with the anchor partners. That's interesting. I find that interesting. But the second question, just for my own knowledge, but the second question I have is on voice and choice. If every freshman is doing pathways, if they're being put in a pathway, are they really choosing?
So how we envision the voice and choice is that the number of pathways at each school, and that will be part of the conversations that happen this spring. We envision some schools may go with 5, may go with 3, may go with 4, that based on the pathways, students would choose one of those pathways, and that would be their option. I think, again, what we are really trying to emphasize is that it's about the learning experience students have, and we want students to be able to have connections across and tied to a theme. So yes, that's how they would make decisions.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And I'm going to actually start letting other people answer some people.
And Ali, do you guys want to share your experience?
Do you want to go first?
I can. I think 2 things that were really salient in LA, aside from being in much warmer weather, was the board leadership around pathways. That really impressed me. Ali and I got a chance to meet in private with the board members, and that was it was just refreshing and different. Like I look around us here, I don't think there's any one particular person that has owned pathways as a thing that we care deeply about. So I think that's one area for me that I see just opportunity, not just pathways, but just in general. About strategies that the district has adopted. The other piece that was extremely interesting was also the staff leadership throughout the departments. So we saw leadership on counselors. I mean, a lot of the school counselors and social workers actually presenting to us how they have integrated all the student services components into the pathways. The other, it's interesting to, we're comparing, such a newness of the initiative to a district that has done a lot of work around establishing the program. So the question that Nikki asked around whoa, are they really choosing if, we went to a school where pathways were normalized, and it was one of the last schools to adopt, and there was actually pressure from the community for them to adopt, and they, schools that were not adopting pathways were becoming actually irrelevant. They were losing enrollment. So that was something that struck me to hear, sort of in the future kind of situation, and how it made, the way I hear about pathways now is how is this even gonna work? And when I was in LA, people were like, how aren't you not doing that? Why aren't you, so it was such an interesting contrast. I don't know, Ali, any other?
Yeah, so there were a series of things that stood out to me. Personalized pathways, emphasized a variety of areas that young people could get involved in. The most popular pathway in Long Beach was the arts pathway, which is not a pathway we offer, but it was the pathway students were the most likely to opt into. I thought that was an interesting bit of information, because some of the feedback I've gotten is that when students have a pathway within our district, that it can be really challenging actually to have a schedule that allows for participation or full participation in artistic expression. One of the other things I noticed is that there's a series of initiatives that we have in common with Long Beach. And one of the initiatives that I thought was really interesting was that they also have one-to-one devices. But they were unable to speak to how one-to-one devices support pathways, and I think that we have a similar lack of kind of ability to speak to, well, how does this tool in elementary school or middle school equip a young person to find their area of focus and use that tool to navigate their area of focus. In my personal opinion, one-to-one devices kind of do the opposite. They kind of say, you can be interested in 50 things in the next 3 minutes, and you can look into all of them, and so they don't necessarily bring about a long-term commitment to a specific subject area. And I'm wondering how we're marrying those initiatives, especially because a lack of communication or a lack of understanding about how those two initiatives work together existed in Long Beach, and I haven't heard us be able to shift that conversation or have an expansive relationship to that conversation. The other thing I thought was really fascinating was how their middle schools work in terms of the selection process for pathways. So students having a GPA and a sense of maybe the areas of strength that they have going into high school, and utilizing those as a means to both be identified for a pathway or to self-identify for a pathway. Long Beach is significantly racially different than MMSD, so it's about 80% students of color. It's about 70% white faculty. So there's a huge disproportionate rate in terms of students being able to see themselves in their educators, and there also isn't an education pathway. And so using pathways to resolve kind of that racial justice area isn't something that they've done effectively over the long course of time that they have had pathways. And so those are some of the things that stood out to me pretty specifically. They did talk about kind of the local economy when we talked to school board members specifically. They talked about looking at pathways that spoke to the jobs in their areas, because they wanted to be able to keep their kids and their students in the community. So they talked about jobs that were specific to tourism, because tourism is a large part of that local economy. They also talked about a housing crisis in that immediate area. And again, there wasn't a pathway that supported students in navigating affordable housing. So students may be able to get a job in Long Beach, but there wasn't a sense of security around whether or not that job would actually give them access to housing in Long Beach. And so those were some areas of kind of strain or tension that felt particularly relevant. Overall, it was an incredible opportunity to get to learn more about the history of the program and the community's overall approach and support of the programs, and where they come from for that district. And it was incredibly helpful to have that lens in terms of analyzing what we're doing with Pathways, which I think is distinct from Long Beach, but is obviously influenced greatly by Long Beach.
Thank you. Kate?
So I was born in Long Beach, and I went through elementary school in Long Beach, and my dad went to Wilson High, which it sounds like maybe you guys visited.
We did.
So I might just add kind of some context for what the system it's built on. You mentioned middle schools, but the differentiation in Long Beach begins in kindergarten. And so the kind of belief in differentiation, sorry, is this, I think it's on, I'll move it closer. So the belief in differentiation of educational offerings for kids starts in kindergarten. And so the kind of, the first, one of the pathways is PACE. It was started 40 plus years ago. This is a deep ingrained belief in offering different experiences all the way through, starting in kindergarten. There's 14 magnets, again, starting in elementary school. So I just wanted to put it in context that the program has a name now, and it has for the last 10 years, but it's built on a system that has for a really long time differentiated curriculum and educational offerings for kids. So it's just a little bit different than Madison, and certainly the scale allows 80,000 students allows Long Beach to offer, I don't know, I think 40 or 50 different pathways. So there's a huge amount of choice starting in kindergarten for families and kids about what the right thing is for them. And I think it's important to think about that here, and I'll transition to kind of questions, I guess, for us, because I think it feels like we're trying to do a couple of different things with our pathways. One is update and refine our curriculum to make it more relevant for kids now. One is play with the idea of magnet or full-on kind of differentiated experience for school, right, which is kind of different than refreshing your curriculum for math. And then the third is give students a small school experience, which doesn't require any curricular changes necessarily. And I have over the last couple of years kind of muddied through what is the reason for here, what's the benefit for here, what's kind of those three things the most important or the reason to believe. I personally would really like to explore the idea of magnets in Madison. You raised arts. I would love to explore it earlier than high school. To me, that actually isn't necessarily the same thing as Pathways and doesn't come with some of the same complexities of scheduling that Pathways does right now. So I don't know, it's more kind of an offering for the board in terms of like what matters to this group. You pointed out that our board hasn't had maybe the singular champion for this program, and I'd be curious what kind of our group believes in of the multiple things we're trying to do with Pathways, and maybe it's all of it, but if there's a nugget of truth there, you know, the system that Long Beach has built has been quite successful, and there may be kind of a nugget of truth that we could use across more than just high schools. I'll stop there. I don't know if it's more kind of a comment for the group.
I'm just wondering, were you guys able to talk to any students who've gone through the Pathways?
Ananda, Ali, were you guys able to talk?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think we all had the same moment.
I mean, you know, Ananda and Ali, have you guys, were you guys able to talk to some students? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So we were able to talk with students at multiple sites, and that was one of the really great things about getting to be at Long Beach, is that Pathways is not done, the approach to Pathways is not the same at each school, right? So some have really singular areas of focus, some offer a series of pathways. We talked to students who were in the medical pathway who kind of showed us a pretty phenomenal piece of equipment in terms of a dissection tool. And, you know, in talking to those two students specifically about how they had gotten interested in that pathway, was one that they qualified to be in that pathway, that they had to meet a certain standard to get into the pathway, and so they did, and they were eligible to participate. Both of the students that I talked to actually had parents who were in the medical field, so there was some familial influence in terms of how their pathway was both chosen and supported at home. And then when we were at Wilson, Wilson is kind of a more, I guess, easier to compare to like a West High School, where there's a larger school and kids in all kinds of pathways. And, you know, students I talked to about like what they enjoyed about Pathways was really feeling like their teachers kind of knew them to a greater extent and also echoed relevant information over and over again throughout their day. So even, right, because they're studying a medical pathway, but they're still taking an English class and learning about Romeo and Juliet, and you're like, how does that tie into like a medical pathway? And kids were talking about the biological experiences Romeo and Juliet would have based in their ages and how that would inform some of their behavior, some of their compulsion. So that kind of overarching theme seemed to both engage students and benefit students in terms of being able to retain information and have a sense of consistency around information. I also heard students speak to really appreciating being part of a cohort, a group of students who are interested in, you know, a specific area as a means of establishing a community of support.
Great.
I think the only other thing that I'll add in regards to the conversation with students is that, you know, my daughter was in Pathways, and if you ask her, like, what are the opportunities that you see for Pathways, is that she had to give up, like, attending arts, for example, in order to be in Pathways. Like, it didn't fit in her schedule for her to have, you know, other classes that she was interested in taking. And then we also asked questions around what is it like if you are in a pathway and then you decide that you don't like that pathway anymore. And it didn't feel as complicated as it is now. Like it now is like a either or, and there's like, you know, the pathway is not what rules your entire educational experience, right? There's might be a little bit more emphasis. I think there are situations where they allow students to change into a different pathway where it's a little bit discouraged, but it felt like there was a greater level of creativity around how to make sure that students are still driving their experience versus what I feel like my daughter had experienced in the first year. But again, it was a first year experience.
My take is that the way we've linked schedule and pathways, and this is in part driven by our scale, right? Like a lot of the Long Beach high schools are 4,000 kids in them, so you just get different options with scheduling. But my take is that the way we've tied those things has been limiting, and we've talked previously about the limited ability to take honors classes with Pathways, which is similar to the kind of arts discussion. I mean, Long Beach has 2 pathways just for academically accelerated kids, and they're 2 different options. So again, I just think the scale that you get with that kind of city it offers amazing opportunities, and I don't know how we can think differently about using, because we have scale, right? Like, and it feels a little bit like we're using a cookie cutter approach versus we have 4 high schools. We could have more pathways actually with greater amounts of differentiation, and treat them more like mini magnets versus kind of a, here's your predetermined schedule that you're opting into, which might offer more flexibility. So
Great. Chris hasn't gone. Go ahead, Chris.
So somebody, I can't remember who it was, but at the beginning pointed out that Long Beach is really clear about why they're doing the work around pathways and what they're seeing. And I feel like this is an area where MMSD could do a lot better. I keep hearing, pathways is a chance for kids to get hands-on experiential career-focused learning, but it's not really about the career-focused pathway, it's about the small learning community. Like, I hear mixed messages a lot about what we're really trying to accomplish with pathways. And I feel like before we plow forward, we really need to get very clear about what we're trying to do in our high schools, what the goals are, and design pathways based on what those goals are, not just on, well, we saw this in Long Beach and it looked cool, so let's try it. Likewise, I feel like we aren't being very clear about what we're seeing. The last Pathways report that came out, we didn't make any attempt to pair students with similar students outside of the pathway, so as a result, I don't think any of the data is meaningful that we see. Like, it's, if kids in pathways and kids outside of pathways don't have the same attendance, there could be a lot of reasons why they don't have the same attendance that have nothing to do with pathways. So we also don't know what enrollment looks like in pathways, so we don't, in addition to not really having clear goals and a vision for what we're doing with pathways, we don't have good information about what's actually going on. We haven't heard from the kids in pathways in a while. So I don't expect you to fill those gaps in right now because we're not making decisions at this point, but I just want to, as a board member, like with special education or advanced learning, we actually pour a lot of resources into doing really high quality evaluation before we move forward with those programs. And Pathways is a program that potentially is going to impact every single kid in the district by the time they get to high school if we go wall to wall. And I feel like we need that same caliber of evaluation before we make a decision to go forward wall to wall.
I won't respond to everything, but I will say a few things. One, we did receive a data request today, and we'll provide some additional information, I know, around enrollments and stuff. And I would say in terms of the propensity match question, we in the first year kind of did like a year one evaluation and developed a scope for that. For this second year of report, and the decision from our research team felt we weren't doing an evaluation, we were just providing an update as we do with many other things. We didn't feel that an evaluation every year is the most effective, which is why there wasn't the propensity match, just to provide some background for you. And they did just do pathways and non-pathways because we weren't approaching it from an evaluative state.
Thanks. I would also like to talk a little bit more about staffing pathways in MMSD, like the stuff you talked about the counselors being more closely engaged in pathways and student services teams being more closely engaged in pathways. Sounds really promising. Likewise, I know that the target class size for pathways is 25 kids. Do we currently have the staffing to be able to do that? Like, can our counselors actually engage in a meaningful way in the pathways given the number of kids that they serve right now? I just wanted to get a sense of like, are our staffing goals actually realistic given our actual staffing levels in our high schools, especially if we went wall to wall?
Yeah, I would say right now the conversations aren't around additive. We've been really thinking differently about how we organize the adults in our buildings to serve our students. I can let all three of the high schools talk about that, but the caseloads for counselors aren't necessarily changing. They're shifting in who is under their caseload and how they're using their time differently, which was also kind of a model that we saw in Long Beach. So I'll let any of the schools also chime in. It's more important.
I would just add to that, so counselors at East, we have 2 counselors who are attached to each of our pathways right now. And like Cindy mentioned, those counselor caseloads didn't change in numbers, but just in the fact that they can more deeply know their students and know what they're learning about allows them to support them in a different way. It also has allowed them to identify students who need an extra level of support and provide that to them in a deeper way as well. So at East High School, we're doing something called transition squads, where students who we know might need an extra level of support transitioning from 8th to 9th grade. Those Pathways counselors are meeting with their teachers once a week. They're meeting with those students once a week to talk about how to be successful in classes and what does it look like to be a student at East High School. And so they're doing those deeper level support things. But nothing about the number of kids they provide service to has changed. It's just more about targeting their students and building a closer knit community within them.
And go ahead.
Yeah, and I would just echo what Maggie said for La Follette. So maybe a good example would just be the counselor who I work with in the health services pathway. Now we're 3 grades deep, right? We'll have a full cohort next year. He works with 9 teachers, 9 who work with all of his 9th, 10th, and 11th grade kids. Whereas if there were no pathways, he would work with an innumerable amount of teachers, maybe 30 or 40, right? And he'd be emailing them, and right? And so, and our caseloads for our counselors also haven't changed.
That's really helpful, thanks. And then my final question goes back to the very beginning of Pathways when we talked about cohorting kids. And the conversation was around that the cohorts that would be each pathway would be intentionally demographically similar. And yet it sounds like what's going on in Long Beach is different. It's more of a magnet approach where kids are applying to be in pathways. So I'm wondering if that continues to be a goal in MMSD, and also the comments you made about integrating DLI into the pathways made me wonder if that's going to change that goal at all, because if DLI was in its own pathway, it wouldn't be demographically similar.
So 2 things. I just want to be clear that Long Beach is a district that we have learned from. We are not trying to replicate. So I think that's really important. That is not what we're trying to do. There's districts across the nation that we have continuously gone to observe and learn from, hear from, create experiences for our schools so that we can come back and continuously refine our model that we have, which is what I shared at the beginning around kind of our 5 tenets of how we are defining pathways and our guiding principles. So I think we do have a vision. I think what we are trying to do is continuously reflect and improve what we are implementing in our schools, and knowing we're working under 2 systems. So I just think that's important to mention. In terms of the DLI, as I said, we're in beginning stages of having conversations and really wanting to hear from our teachers, both at La Follette and at East right now, that are our DLI teachers and also have pathways at their school, to hear their thoughts, their experiences, and how we may reconceptualize what DLI looks like at our high school. That is early stages. We know that DLI at our high schools was kind of thought about over 10 years ago, and now we are in a different place. And now with the implementation of pathways, we see it as promising opportunities, not limiting that you would have to, but how we might think about a pathway that could serve more of our students in DLI in some type of like global communications. And that is just an example. So we haven't gotten there yet, Chris, and I think that's a good point. And we are still in initial stages and working with our schools to kind of think about it. We're excited about it because there's great opportunity. We don't know where it'll end.
So there are 2 data points that I think are relevant from my understanding of Long Beach. One is that Long Beach has 3 times as many students as us, and double our budget, which means they have less money per student than we do, to a really significant extent. The other thing I think is really relevant is that I asked while we were there and in communication with very specifically their superintendent, who's been with the district as superintendent for, I want to say, close to 20 years. If these initiatives had resolved the achievement gap in Long Beach for Black students specifically. And I am interested in how you all interpreted his response to that question, but my understanding was that it had not. That this initiative and the Long Beach School District had not produced outcomes for Black students that are particularly different than the outcomes we are already producing. So pathways as a means to close the achievement gap, that didn't seem to be something he was speaking to.
I think I heard his comment slightly differently, which is kind of sometimes how it goes, right? I took his comment to mean that, because after that he clarified slightly and had said pathways didn't necessarily make that significant change alone. So he had talked about some of their credit recovery work, which is also similar to some of the work we're trying to do. Some of the connections to community, again, something that we're trying to do, but that it couldn't be done in isolation. Pathways alone wouldn't make those changes, but Pathways in conjunction with other pieces has made those shifts, but that it wasn't singularly one piece of that. But that's my takeaway.
I'm sorry, I just want to follow up with you. So you're saying your understanding is that Pathways in combination with a series of other things has eliminated the achievement gap in Long Beach?
I wouldn't say eliminated, but has made significant change.
Do you remember any data point that demonstrated that?
I can go back to some of the materials that they had provided.
Okay.
I was going to make a similar comment as Ali's in the sense that Long Beach, from a budgetary perspective, that you asked about class size. So kindergarten max class size starts at 32 for kindergarten, and it goes up for there. So I don't think class size and Pathways or any level of differentiated instruction are kind of tied together in terms of efficacy, at least not from that perspective. And I genuinely think, like, we have a new board. I would be very interested in speaking about what this group wants Pathways to become. We've made a very significant financial commitment and have significant outside partners and funds. And it's a big change, right? So I think I appreciate Chris's points on having a more robust evaluation, and would be very interested to hear how if this group would want to leverage that type of curricular redesign at our high schools, and middle schools.
So, I mean, I think, I would like to know from our teachers and our staff perspective about how we move forward. I mean, what's working, what's not, as part of the data points. And then also, I mean, I think when I think about Pathways, I mean, I'm a huge supporter of the work. I really want to prepare our children for the workforce, right? Or moving them on to higher education. And I think really looking at the needs of our city, right? And where within our workforce, right? What is it, and where do we need people, right? So I'm talking about vocational, the trades, education, right? We need teachers, and so really being practical about where. And I know that health, I think that's great. Technology, great. But then also where in the areas within our workforce do we need our students, and exploring those opportunities and those partnerships. And so, yeah, I'm a huge supporter of Pathways. I just think that we really need to get our kids prepared for the trades. I mean, there's a huge need, and it pays really, really well, right? And so, and then also, pursuing a higher education option, Madison College, UW-Madison. But then also, I mean, I think logistically, day-to-day operations, how Pathways is working is also, has been a concern of mine. And are we
getting the buy-in from the people who are actually doing the work, and getting their voices heard, so that we can all move together on this. I just don't want the pathways to not be successful because we're not listening to those who are actually doing the work and on the ground doing this. And so I would really like to get that feedback.
I just wanted to address the conversation that regarding the achievement gap, because I am a supporter of the pathways. I think it was challenging for my daughter as in her first year of program. I think first year of anything, first couple years of implementations, it can be hard, and it was hard at La Follette. I am thinking about, because I did leave Long Beach thinking, kind of echoing this conversation around, is this the thing that addresses the achievement gap, which is how it was first presented to us. Knowing what I know now more about just universal practices, I don't believe that there are any universal practices that could address a disparity gap. Because you're doing universal things. Not to say that we should not be doing universal strategies. So I think Pathways is a universal strategy. Anyone can apply. It's not just for Black students or not just for Brown students. Anyone can apply. So it's not necessarily something that will address the gap. I do think that there is an opportunity to increase attendance, which I think we are seeing mixed results of students of color, that potentially, that they're more engaged, would also reduce behavior referrals. I do think that there is potential shift in the culture since we have smaller learning communities. I also think that there are some other opportunities if you do want to think as start scaffolding to a targeted strategy to incorporate ethnic studies in a Pathways program. I think that is proven to address racial gaps. So, yeah, and I do think that it's okay for us as a district to move to strategies that are good for everyone. Like, it is great that we think universal about things, and I don't think there's nothing wrong. I do think that we needed to continue to push on, and what is the targeted strategy? Because not all our students of color are experiencing Pathways the same way. Not all students of color are feeling the exactly same relevance of their curriculum and their instruction approach. So I think those are important conversations that I feel like sometimes we have blind spots. And it's okay for us to admit that, and then then what? Then how do we move into a universal targeted approach?
Well, thank you all for the good work. Thank you for everything you do every day and listening to us and taking our feedback. We will hear from you again soon, right?
Yep, maybe. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much.
We thank you for your questions, because I think the team can really go back and do some good looking into those questions, and we'll be bringing some information back again.
Can you guys go one by one? So, instruction is next.
Next couple.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take a 3-minute break. are back.
Well, we're short one.
And we're going to go ahead and start. We have quorum, so we can go in. We will start with Badger Rock Middle School. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The report on items that proceeded through the instruction work group held December 2nd, 2019.
Thank you, President Gloria Reyes. At the last instruction work group, we had an opportunity to have a presentation done by the Badger Rock principal, along with the president of their board. And we had an opportunity to ask some questions and review also what the district had put forth in regards to rubric. There was an ask for additional data information, and we have asked Badger Rock to bring forth some additional information for consideration. And we have moved the vote of renewal of that contract to our next board meeting in January.
Great. Do you want to talk about the...
On the operations? This was the 1 month that everyone had off from operations.
Ananda,
Oh,
did
sorry,
you,
you're still-
we also, the proposal for naming MMSD building or facility, the policy?
Yeah. We made, we looked at the proposal for naming the Glendale School. I don't think we had a lot of conversations about it, but just reviewing the policy and making sure that the policy was updated to ensure that we hear from our community in regards to that. Jane, what else was?
I was just going to say that we will vote on that later tonight, but it's just a slight policy change in that naming policy.
Okay. And then report on items that proceeded through the operations work group.
Yeah, so we did not have an operations work group in November or December. December, thank you, I'm forgetting the month. But we will dive back in January. We will be working on the first kind of fleshed out proposal for next year's budget, as well as a deep dive into both operating and facilities referendum. And we will also be discussing the recommendation for the proposal around renaming Glendale, which Ananda just spoke about.
Okay, action items that proceeded through the instruction work group held on December 2nd, 2019. It's the board policy 6700, proposal for naming a MMSD building or facility. Jane, do you have anything to say about that? Or do you have anything to add on that? Okay. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the revisions to Board Policy 6700, proposal for naming a MMSD building or facility as set forth in the documents prepared for the regular meeting dated December 16, 2019, effective immediately.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Sorry, Anika. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. And there were no, nothing came through operations. So now we're on to the consent agenda. It is recommended that the Board of Education adopt and approve all of the motions set forth in Section 10 of the electronic agenda prepared for the December 16, 2019 regular school board meeting, exactly as said motions are written. By voting affirmatively on this motion, a board member expresses his or her affirmative vote on each of the motions consolidated hereby, subject to any express separations that have been made by any member of the school board. Okay, Ananda?
Separation of item 10.13, since I'm serving a board of Madison College due to conflict.
Okay, any other separations? Any other? Okay. Anika, your advisory vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have approved all consent agenda items except for 10.13, 10.16, 10.6, I'm sorry.
10.13, separation because of conflict of interest. Anika, your advisory vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Next item, 10.6.
So I'm fully in favor of this. This is to renew, basically to pay for staff to renew their licenses to be trainers in the nonviolent crisis intervention training program that we have in MMSD. The reason I separated is I've heard from lots of staff that they, even if they're not required to go through this training, they would like to have access to this training. So we don't need to do it right now, but it would be really helpful to find out what the plan might be to be able to expand this training so more staff can take advantage of it.
We will definitely look into that and get back to you.
Yeah, I've had the same, I've had at least 6 teachers email me on this.
All right. All right, it is recommended that the Board of Education adopt and approve 10.6. Can I get a second? Anika, your advisory vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Other reports to the board? City Madison Education Committee?
Yes, we did meet last week, and we had a good discussion in regards to, we shifted some things in our mission to both reflect an adoption of a new name for the committee and for the mission of the group to reflect the sentiment of the newly formed group. And those, we did have also a conversation around membership and got into consensus that the membership part of the, what is being set for the education committee, the ordinance from the city will stay the same. And then from this point, we will move to request from, follow the protocol from the city to change the name of the committee and to adjust the mission. The committee is going to be changed to Joint County, City, Schools Collaborative Committee. I may not be getting the order correctly. There was also a good conversation about what's next, what we're going to be discussing next. We talked about the ineffectiveness of the committee in regards to moving a topic forward. There seemed to be a lot of work and a lot of information, really great things discussed in the past, but not a forward-moving movement in regards to policy or recommendation. So there was a suggestion to look at some of the work done around transportation, which is something that crosses both the school, the city, and the county concerns, and to have that be elevated and brought forth. So in our January meeting, we're going to be reviewing all the work that has already been done and then scaffold that work so we're not just spending time, all of us learning a thing and then making recommendation, so we can leverage some like low-hanging fruits in regards to what we can collaborate on in regards to either policy or resources on a transportation, in the realm of transportation. We also looked at also prioritizing the inequities in transportation and around the city to address first the places or the neighborhoods with the greatest inequities, and then move resources from that point forward. Yes, if there are any
Great.
questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Ananda. Thank you for your leadership on this committee. It's a committee filled with elected officials. I think this is the first time in a long time that the school district actually chaired the committee. Yeah, so thank you for your leadership on that. Student Senate?
So Student Senate is currently drafting a survey which we're going to send out to students to gather feedback on the facilities plan. in which we're going to use to make a resolution that we'll share with the board at the end of the semester.
Great, thank you. MSCR?
MSCR did not meet. Our next meeting is December 18th. Unfortunately, I will not attend because I will be interviewing candidates along with the rest of the board.
Yes. Thank you. We need you there. All right, next, other business. Proposed purchase of property located at 2436 Regent Street. It is recommended that the Board of Education accept the final offer to purchase property located at 2436 Regent Street for the agreed-upon price of $300,000 with funding from the closure of tax incremental District 27 and 32 and 43, and subsequently budgeted in building services for facility acquisition.
Second.
Discussion? All right, Anika, your advisory vote? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Gloria, just one comment. I would like to encourage I know it's potentially an added work that I'm asking our staff, is to have some sort of a FAQ regarding the purchases of the buildings, like on our website. Because we hear a lot of repeated questions, and I know it's hard to streamline. We're trying to push a lot of information to our community, but something that, like a link with like all the links of things that have been done, and maybe links to the meetings where this was discussed in public, so there's one place that we can send community, and then folks are asking questions about why are we purchasing what's the rationale around purchasing the buildings we are purchasing. So.
No, thank you for that. I agree. Great recommendation. We're good? All right.
I guess I should,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
We'll take
Great
that into
recommendation. Thank you.
consideration.
I think that would be helpful. Next is proposed purchase of property located at 333 Holtzman Road. It is recommended that the Board of Education exercise the option to purchase property located at 333 Holtzman Road for the agreed-upon price of $4 million, with funding from the closure of tax incremental district number 27, number 32, and number 43, and subsequently budgeted in building services for facility acquisition, and with a projected closing of February or March 2020.
Second.
Discussion? I do want to,
I have one too.
I'm sorry, yeah. So I just want to, I have jotted down some notes here. So the main purchase of the property is to provide a better environment for the programs currently housed at our lease space at 206 Olin Avenue. There has never been a plan to purchase this building and to add new segregated programs. MMSD remains committed to highly effective inclusion education. Our work and support to schools, we live this every day. The 4 intensive intervention programs at the Olin site includes Next Steps, Neon, Primary Steps, and Restore. These programs offer smaller, highly personalized learning environments to meet the unique needs of specific student groups, including middle school age students with disabilities who are experiencing emotional and/or behavioral challenges, students grades 1 through 8 with disabilities and co-occurring mental health challenges, Primary Steps and Next Steps, and students recommended for expulsion is Restore, or need an alternative educational environment. For additional information, you can please go on the website under intensive intervention programs. So I just want to say that we have offered this intensive intervention program for over 3 years, and it is. I mean, it's kind of surprising to me that we're getting this kind of feedback from community at this time now, right? I mean, we have I've been on the board for 2.5 years. No one has come forward, from my understanding since then, about their concerns of our having our students in a leased property on Olin Avenue. It's not an appropriate place for our students with disabilities who need intensive intervention. And the Holtzman property really moves us in the direction of placing our kids in a space that they deserve, right? They don't deserve to be in an office space on Olin Avenue, sharing a parking lot, sharing space with people they don't know. They deserve to be in a school. This is an opportunity for us to purchase a property for them. It is not segregation. That is not, that's the narrative that's been put out there. It is not segregation. If we do not assist these students and place them in a space where they can get, treatment and support, instead of putting them in a school where they can't have that, we're gonna lose them. This is an opportunity for us. So I think that it is not, our students will not remain there, right? At a time when they're ready, they can go back to our home school. So I just wanted to just clarify the narrative that I've been hearing from some community about this is moving in the direction of segregation. It's not. We've had our kids there. Nobody said anything. Our kids deserve better, particularly our kids of color who predominantly are there, who need intensive treatment. And it's an opportunity. We can't continue to go down this road and lease space. We can't. It's not fiscally responsible. We have to be able to have our own schools for our children. So that's what I wanted to say. I'll pass it on to Nikki and Ananda.
I'd like to clarify a few things. One, the individuals with disabilities, at least the ones sitting at this table, would not like to be referred to as them, those people, or those individuals. Number two, we don't like to be told as a medical model we need to put them there to help them and to save them. The ableist language is unacceptable, and I'm not going to have it at a board meeting, and I'm not going to have it elsewhere. And three, when you put a group of students away from any other group of students, it's segregation. If you read Andrew F., which is the current U.S. Supreme Court law on this case, it states that if a child is not put in a regular school environment, which was stated in U.S. v. Rowley, it was stated that then the free appropriate public education portion is considered more important, not less. Furthermore, Justice Roberts clarified that it is not a de minimis standard and must have the educational opportunities. Never have we heard the educational opportunities. We also haven't heard when people are leaving or returning to homeschool, though we've asked. And I do want to clarify just one more thing. I understand the staff, and I think they do a great job. I visited there, but just one little thing. When people say, oh, you don't know what they've gone through, no one knows what anyone's gone through except for the individual who's gone through it. And honestly, yes, these are 75 students. Is Olin appropriate? No, but this is not appropriate to pay $2 million over the assessed value for a building with no elevator that's supposed to house the disabled. I'm not sure how that's better. In fact, I know it's not.
Thank you, Nikki.
First, I wanted to say that I stood up a couple of times because I'm recovering from a painful back injury. I know somebody's going to make some comment, why is this happening? And then also, when we were hearing testimonies, like some of us could not see the person speaking, and I think some of us got up for that as well, which I certainly appreciate. Also, I wanted to echo your sentiments around, because when it was presented to us, it was presented that the board had moved forward that recommendation to staff to move away from rental facilities, which to me makes a lot of sense. So when we were reviewing the materials and the information, that was my primary lens was to look at, is this building a building that's going to be accessible and it's going to be a learning place, a learning environment for our students, and also, how is this different than the placement that they currently have? We had a pretty extensive presentation from our staff, which I greatly appreciated because we got a chance to also dig in a little bit about the different programs. I was also surprised to hear the amount of referrals that they received. There was like 500 referrals from our district to the intensive program, and they only have the space for 75. They take only 75. I also understand and I hear really deeply so many folks in our community speaking to the inequities of our district. I think there is no debate, and it's certainly something that myself as an elected official take full responsibility. Like the inequities we're experiencing is our responsibility, and the sentiment around segregation is a real sentiment, in particular when we're talking about our students of color, and our students of color that are also have intersectional identities with LGBTQ and different abilities. So I think this is really important to say that. I also think about been thinking a lot about this and really hearing and engaging with teachers. I wasn't able to speak with the Disability Pride folks, but I sent a message to them yesterday, and would love to meet with them to really hear their concerns. And at this point, I am looking at what is the least inequitable things for us to do. Disproportionality is a real thing that we are experiencing in the district, and it's real at Olin right now. The fact that our students of color and our students with disabilities, our students receiving special education services are experiencing the least amount of equity that we can provide. So those things are current at Olin right now. And then at the same time, we still have to follow the Individuals with Disability Education Act and educate our students. So all those things are real and in existence, and it's definitely like a complicated situation. And I appreciate that there were some folks giving the testimonies that alluded to that. With that said, I would like to offer a friendly amendment to the motion to purchase under the following conditions: that there will be no high school expansion until a thorough evaluation of the programs be presented to the board. That includes the outcomes and sustaining successful transitions of students to their home school. Second, plans for incorporation of sustainable energy be presented to the board in regards to the building, and that there will be a certainty that a playground will be built once the school or before the school opens. So that would be my friendly amendment that I would like to put forward. I also wanted to say that I'm extremely committed to making sure that our students stay at schools. Any signs from behavior referrals to suspensions to expulsions to intensive interventions, those are signs that our students don't belong. And any sign that a human being doesn't belong is not a good sign for learning. It's not a good environment. It's not a good condition for learning. And so I will always, I wanted to always fight against the perpetual othering that Black students, brown students, indigenous students, LGBTQ students, and students that are receiving special education services experience in our district. And with that said, I am in support of the purchase of the building under those conditions. Thank you, President.
Great, thank you. Savion, did you have something? Okay. Oh, Ali?
I think it's important that we kind of elevate the facts of this purchase and the funding that we're using to make this purchase. And so I heard people suggest things that are really reasonable things to suggest, like making sure we have more staff, investing to a greater extent in special education assistants and special education teachers. We actually cannot use this funding for recurring expenses, right? So this is a one-time expense of purchasing a building. I think it is really important to let folks know that this frees up money in our special education's budget in a pretty significant way. It also frees up money in our general operating budget that allows for us to, instead of investing or spending money on rent and leasing, we are investing in a piece of property that has the potential to increase in value, which is not the case in terms of spending taxpayer dollars on renting space. I think it's really important to acknowledge that this space is also being used for professional development. And so I just heard both Nikki and Chris state that you have educators who are really interested in being able to have access to a specific professional development. And it would be great to have a space to do that professional development, or the professional development that our educators are really interested in, that our district owns and again doesn't have to lease or rent. I think in terms of the programs that serve students that would be housed in this space, I think that one of the things we also have to acknowledge is that sometimes when students aren't able to go to their neighborhood school, it's because of a decision made by this board to expel that child. And although I believe that students should have access to their neighborhood school and should be welcomed in their school, if a student sexually assaults another student, it's in the interest of the person who was sexually assaulted that they not be forced to go to school with that person. And I think that that is also an issue of inclusion. That's also about how we make people who have suffered something tremendously painful feel safe and welcomed and prioritized within their education.
Just have one.
I'm really hopeful that we all listen to every single person who spoke, and I hope that what folks know is that no one came up here and said, what we're already doing is working great. The space we have is the space we need. No one said that. No one said keep doing the same thing. I agree pretty saliently with Jeff Spitzer-Resnick that there is an urgent need to provide these students with a higher quality space and a space that we can customize to meet the needs of our young people. And I really appreciate that he spoke to that point and spoke in favor of leasing Holtzman versus keeping our students in a space that isn't customized to meet their needs. I also deeply appreciate, Gloria, your emphasis on student safety and our ability to create consistent systems to keep our students safe in buildings that belong to this district. I think that is a necessary priority and a relevant part of this conversation. Overall, I think that what we have is an immediate material need of a group of young people who are not having their needs met to the satisfaction of anyone who spoke tonight in the current facility that we are leasing. And so I am in support of creating a space for professional development and owning a space for these 4 programs that meets the needs of the educators and students.
Great, thank you. Chris?
So first of all, I think that I want to thank all the people who came and spoke to us tonight, and I was not surprised by their feedback, mostly because of the process that was used to reach this point in this decision. We moved forward on the purchase of this property without really meaningful input and engagement from the special education community, from our district cross-categorical teachers, from the SEA staff, and most importantly, we didn't have meaningful engagement from students who are in special education and their families. I'm concerned that we're moving forward with this $4 million purchase without evidence about the effectiveness of the instructional model that we're supporting in this building. Most importantly, we haven't received any evidence about the successful integration of students in the Olin program right now back into their home schools. That's evidence I would like to see. We're moving forward without seriously considering the existing space in our district as a possibility for these programs. I know people have mixed opinions about this, but if you look at the enrollment report, over the next 5 years, we've got 5 middle schools, some of which are centrally located, that will be under 60% enrollment. We've got 2 elementary schools that will be under 70% utilization. One will be at about 50%, and 2 high schools that will be right around 70% or below. These are utilization levels that show that maybe we would be best to think about how we make the best use of the space we have rather than purchasing another building for $4 million. We're considering spending this $4 million in what is going to be a very difficult budget cycle, and Ollie was correct in that we can't use this $4 million to cover anything but one-time expenses. We can't use it for special education staffing or teacher pay raises or anything like that, but we could use it to meet some of the needs in our existing buildings for maintenance and upgrades, and I would prefer to do that, especially if those maintenance upgrades helped us better use underutilized space in some of these buildings. And finally, the building would be used for professional development. Cost savings from not renting for professional development also is not money that we could use for general fund expenses like special education or teachers. It would have to be used for things that we can find out of title funds, which is professional development. And more than that, I think rather than buying a $4 million building for professional development and housing our professional development staff outside of Doyle, we should rethink our model of professional development. Do we really need to have so many big events throughout the year? Should we be doing more small stuff in our schools? Should we be using our high school auditoriums better? We could cut rental costs that way too. I am in agreement that we are in a better need for an environment for kids in our Olin programs right now. Our kids do deserve better, but I also agree that our kids deserve to be in a school, and the Holtzman property is not a school, and I would prefer to see a strategy where we do put kids in schools.
Thank you. Kate?
Sorry, I wanted to maybe weigh in a little bit on the history of how we got here. So, I mean, 2 years ago when we joined the board, we did do a review of LEAP, NEON, Restore, et cetera, which at that point in time had generated that board requesting some of the work that the team here has done over the last several years to look for and acquire a more appropriate facility for students. So it's a long history maybe, but that is a little bit of how we got here, based on the demand for seats in these specific programs. We have 4,000 children with IEPs in our district, and 36 currently in the programs supported at Olin Ave. So this is a very, very small community, and most of the students supported by Olin are there in lieu of a residential program or in lieu of expulsion, so in lieu of something that would put them outside of our schools. So I fully support the instructional model. I am eager to see some of the data that fellow board members have asked for, but based on the last 2 or 3 years of discussion of these programs, I fully support the instructional model. And would like to see these programs supported in their own building. That said, we are a district with flat to falling enrollment, and we don't need another building. What we need is using our existing buildings better. And I might go a step farther than Chris in suggesting our middle schools as a whole, I think across the district, will be under 60% full in 5 years. I would actually love to see us repurpose the whole building and have an expansive discussion about how we could use our existing middle schools differently, potentially more creatively, that's a longer discussion that would require us staying in Olin and or leasing a different space for a year. But that would be the avenue that I would propose. I appreciate that it doesn't get us into a better space right away, and that our kids deserve a better space. And I really appreciate you being here. And I am eager for us as a board and as a district to have a different discussion about our physical space, because we have fantastic buildings in fantastic locations, and a lot of them are half full, and we could be using them better. We could be building magnets. We could be offering whole attendance areas ability to opt into an arts middle school if we wanted to think more creatively about our space. And that would also free up space for us to use for some of these more differentiated programs. So that's where I'm at on this kind of specific topic.
Point of order, President. I offered a friendly amendment, and if it's not second, it will die.
Oh,
I'll second.
okay. Nikki?
Kate ended up answering it, so.
Okay. Any other comments? Sabian?
I just have a question for Chad and Andy. Possible. Oh man. I was wondering if, so Nikki and I toured both sites last week. It is worth noting that the elevator, or that the lack of the elevator at Holtzman, on the second floor, right, the only space on the second floor is an electrical room and 2 single-use offices.
That's correct.
And so about like 95% of the square foot, or 95% of the building square footage is on the first floor.
That's right, yep. So it's just a mezzanine space with, as you said, would most likely be office spaces that we could replicate on the first floor, which are, it's all in grade.
Okay, and then could you explain the discrepancy between the assessed value and the purchase price?
Well, I think you're sitting in an example of a building that has far less assessed value than we'd actually get on the open market.
Got it.
Lots of times what the city or the town of Madison assesses for taxing purposes is far different than what you'd get on the open market for the property. So we've done due diligence we actually looked at 16 different properties and analyzed what they were worth on a square foot basis in terms of their condition, location, functionality, and feel that this is a very fair price for this property.
Okay, and it's very well possible where, a decade from now, it's decided that, we've repurposed some other space that we could sell it for a profit.
Yeah, I'd hate to speculate on what happens with real estate prices, but that's certainly been the trend in Madison, and this is a central location right off the Beltline. And yeah, if we sold it for a profit, we don't even pay capital gains tax on it.
Yeah.
So it's certainly possible that this would be a sound, at least financial investment.
It's worth noting, centrally located, it's about a mile away from Journey Mental Health Center, where a lot of students are receiving, the care that they need. So thank you, that's my questions.
Ananda?
Since Chad is in the hot seat, I have one more question. There were quite a few testimonials that talked about the spaces in other schools, and my fellow board member Chris also mentioned that some of them are centrally located. Can you respond to the fact that why we're not investing in the spaces that we currently own versus a purchase of a new building?
Well, I think that starts to trickle a little bit into the kind of the instructional side of the house in terms of their instructional design and the model they have to support those students. So I think that the main reason right now is that these students, number one, haven't flourished in a neighborhood elementary school setting. 2, they're looking to have wraparound supports and the ability to efficiently make use of skilled staff that if students were either spread out throughout the district or possibly in a site that would be less centrally located, it might be more difficult to get both the students and the staff to that location.
Follow-up question. Do you also see some safety concerns with that?
Well, I see safety concerns number one with our with the current site that we're attempting to support. So we put our own district funds into Olin Avenue to modify a lease space that we don't own. Quite frankly, did it about halfway home. You know, if you've been through the site, certainly would not be the way I would modify the space if we own the facility. So that's number one. Two, once again trickling into the instructional side, but having a facility that we could support the students and that was both the staffing and kind of knowing the clientele that comes there every day would be, I think, more ideal on the instructional side.
Great questions, Ally?
I don't have any questions for you. Thank you so much for giving us so much information
You're welcome.
on a really regular basis. I do want to acknowledge the part of the conversation that we're having around whether or not we're providing kind of equitable spaces and what inclusion looks like. And I think speaking to Chris's question about getting information about students returning to their school and how successful they are, I think getting that same information about how students are doing before they exit might be a really relevant factor in terms of saying, like, hey, we want these kids in this school. And I don't think that should be whether they're successful there or not. I think that is a really problematic thing to say. I also think we send educators into the jail, we send educators into hospitals, we send educators into environments that allow for them to meet students where they're at for whatever reasons that they are where they're at. And I think to characterize this programming as segregation is a really complicated thing to do within special education. In part because I went to school here, I grew up here. I had an IEP by the time I was 7 years old, and I went to school at Emerson Elementary School, and I was in what's called self-contained special education every day, all day. So just being in the school doesn't mean you're included. In fact, Malcolm X has a really great quote: just sitting down at the table, if you don't serve me food, doesn't make me a diner. Just being in the country, if I don't have any rights, doesn't make me a citizen. Just being at the school, if I'm not learning anything, doesn't give me an equitable experience. And so I challenge us to think about what inclusion is. And I challenge us to think inclusion is meeting the educational needs of the individual child.
Thank you, Ollie. I think, that is, just so you just said it so eloquently and on point. And so I think we have to, as a school, have to educate our children in the way they learn and provide a variety of options and opportunities for our children. And this is the way to do so. Nikki?
Just 3 points. One, on the whole violence and keeping kids safe, with the whole, are we worried with Restore being in the same area, again, with Olin, with kids with disabilities? Are we worried about that? Is my first question.
I don't understand your question.
Well, it has been brought up about kids attending school with possible sexual offenders, and that as individuals who may have been expelled who are in that program, are we worried about individuals who may have intellectual disabilities or other disabilities that make them specifically vulnerable?
Of course. I think we are worried about...
I was asking Chad.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were looking at me, so...
I think that'd be a question for Chad.
All right. I can speak on the facility side.
It's the facilities part.
I think we're looking for John.
Yeah, I can tell you at least that we've met with John's staff.
That's what I needed to know.
A number of times and have at least some schematic ideas on how we'd lay the building out to compartmentalize the side that we would have for all the programming, to make sure that there are individual spaces to meet the individual needs of the students that would go there. And the building's heavily staffed, so that's part of, I think, why we're interested in it, was we could have a pretty high, staff to student ratio to make sure everybody's safe.
Great, okay.
I'm sorry, do you mind if I
one
ask a
more-
question of general counsel?
I have one more question, sorry.
Okay, Nikki?
Just one more thing. I understand and I respect the board's decision, but I did want to state one thing on inclusion. I don't believe we are meeting it, and I do worry on lawsuits as well as that, and I'm not condemning the board. I do worry as an attorney. That is my worry, and I do worry about that. Ali, I think you had a question.
Yeah, so we have heard that it's possible that this is in violation of a series of things named here tonight, including Title VII, I think Title VIII was referenced.
Title VIII was Title VII and Title VI.
Title VII and Title VI, thank you, Nikki. I'm wondering if you share those concerns or believe that the purchase of this property puts us at risk for being in violation for the Americans with Disabilities Act or any other legal precedent that we adhere to as a board.
So I'll start with the American with Disabilities Act. I think you're referring to the lack of the elevator to the second floor, and it's my understanding that that is not going to be a student space. So at this point, that wouldn't be an issue because we're going to replicate those spaces downstairs. So it would be equitable. You'd have access to them because they're replicated on the first floor. As far as questions about the other federal laws, state laws around IDEA and other special education needs, if the programs currently are meeting standards and are in compliance with state and federal law, they will continue to be. We're not talking about necessarily changing the programs or changing the focus. It's more about moving the students to a place that they can call their own, a place that's owned by MMSD.
Thank you. And then I think the last thing I wanted to speak to, because I heard from Kate and Chris that we, have a certain amount of vacant space in a variety of schools that have not been named necessarily. And though I don't think either of you are speaking to kind of immediately housing this program or these programs in any of those spaces, I think that those spaces represent opportunities for things like full day 4K and things that meet the needs of our educators. And I agree, Chris, I think we can utilize our buildings for professional development to the greatest possible extent. If we are not talking about housing these particular programs in those spaces, I'm curious as to why we would keep these young people in a space that isn't equipped to meet their needs until we reconcile kind of the large-scale idea of utilization of our entire district's facilities.
So I think we might have different takes on this, but we have, I think the latest capacity report says we'll have 3,500 spaces in just our middle schools alone. So we have a lot of underutilized space or ineffectively utilized space. I think the team has been looking for space for more than just this year for our OLNAV programs. And so while it isn't ideal to wait another year, I do think that a focused discussion, we could have a discussion in the next 12 months and identify a different way to use space. I appreciate that that may not be the way that we want to use our time and energy because boundary discussions and school use discussions are very complex and need to take quite a long time. But I think it is our responsibility to initiate a discussion about space usage in the district, irrespective of this discussion. Honestly,
that's the thing. Is I'm wondering if these are two separate discussions.
I think they could be in some sense, and if we have multiple buildings more than we need, then why would we bring another one in? So
yeah. So if we have space
It's just a
within.
question of how rapidly we as a group could have that dialogue.
Okay.
And Chad, my understanding was that even if we bought the Holtzman property, it would be a year before we moved in there. Is that correct?
For us to renovate it,
Yeah.
yes.
So we're looking at a year in Olin anyway, so.
All right, any other discussion? All right, so we got a friendly amendment to this, so, yes. So I'm going to just read this off. It is recommended that the Board of Education exercise the option to purchase property located at 333 Holtzman Road for the agreed-upon price of $4 million, with funding from the closure of Tax Incremental District Number 27, Number 32, and Number 43, and subsequently budgeted in building services for facility acquisition, and with a projected closing of February or March of 2020. Under the condition that no high school expansion until we get a report on outcomes of the programs within the school and a plan on sustainable energy.
May I? So, to the board, that includes the outcomes and sustaining successful transition of students to their home school, and then a plan for incorporation of sustainable energy to be presented to the board, as well as the playground to be built.
Playground, okay.
Thank you.
Everybody got that? Do we have that? Okay. All right, Anika, your advisory vote?
So wait, are we just voting on the amendment right now? Or
Mm-hmm.
just
On the amendment.
not the main motion?
On the amendment. Okay. Anika, your advisory vote? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Did you get that? Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay, actually, I meant nay, I answered the wrong time.
Okay. So we got 3 opposed. Okay, so the motion passes. All right. So now the original amendment, it is recommended that the Board of Education exercise the option to purchase property located at 333 Holtzman Road for the agreed-upon price of $4 million, with funding from the closure of Tax Incremental District Number 27, Number 32, and Number 43, and subsequently budgeted in building services for facility acquisition, with a projected closing of February or March 2020. Anika, your advisory vote? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right. Yep. Okay, motion passes. Next, we have the Wisconsin Association of School Boards 2019 resolutions. It is recommended that the Board of Education direct Board Representative Gloria Reyes to vote in support of the Wisconsin Association of School Boards 2020 resolution, items 20-01 to 20-17, with the exception of item 20-12 at the January 2020 State Education Convention Delegate Assembly meeting.
Second.
Second, okay. Anika, your advisory vote?
Wait, discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, discussion.
I'm just curious why 2012 was omitted.
I'm not
Wait,
sure.
sorry, say that again.
Why 2012?
I'm curious why we're omitting 2012.
Here comes Jay to the rescue.
Thanks, Jay.
Good evening, everyone. It's actually 2012 that this is
2012,
unveiled.
yeah.
Yeah, 2012.
Okay. This has to do with social worker certification and licensure. Has to do with a shortage of social workers in the northwestern corner of the state. And I'm recommending a no simply because there's a lack of clarity on what they would do to licensure for social workers within the state. We've not experienced a shortage because of our proximity to the master's programs. And not that we don't want to help out the northwestern corner of the state, but there's a lack of clarity on what it would mean for quality of social workers for MMSD down the road. Okay.
Anything else? All right, Anika, your advisory vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. We're on to, it is recommended to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Anika, your advisory vote? All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
See you tomorrow. Hey guys, I sent out the rubric. It's